Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we're going to be doing our weekly compilation of true scary stories. I hope you enjoy them. So, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true, scary stories. Hello. To start this story, I want to say that I have not seen anything like this in my life. At the time, I was 15 years old, pet-sitting a friend of mine's dogs. While they were out of town in Benson, Arizona is where this took place. This property had a lot of acres, and it took about 15 minutes to get to their little house right in the middle of the property. About 75 acres. At the time, it was about, I want to say 10 p.m. My friend had 8 dogs, and they usually stayed outside for the most part, because they were big watchdogs who seemed to have been able to defend themselves in the past. Before everything happened, I was inside of their tiny home, making food, and when I heard their biggest dog start squealing kind of quietly, very scared and in pain, but loud enough for me to hear, I knew the sounds were unusual that this dog was making. I shot up and ran outside to see what was going on. I thought maybe the dog might have hurt himself or something similar, but this was not the case, and I ended up seeing a 5 to 6 foot tall, pale, very skinny creature hunched over this dog, sucking on its head. I was very stunned, almost too stunned to speak, but I managed to shake that feeling off. I start yelling at this thing because the dog started yelping loud, and I'm telling the creature to get out of here and trying to scare it. And I run over to her dog as fast as I could because I've heard of these things before. Perhaps a chupacabra. And I know that they would likely eat a dog if I didn't do something. But I stop about 10 feet in front of it to see this creature jump up and run as fast as it can away. I couldn't help but keep looking over my shoulder the rest of the time that I was there. I also didn't let those dogs out at night, and I didn't care to go out there either. So when my friends came back, I told everyone what happened and what I saw. It felt like everyone was just as frightened as I was, and made me even more unsettled. I ended up leaving that desert and did not look back. I still don't know what to make about it to this day, except that I know that it was something. I was talking with my stepmom about late-night driving experiences, and she told me about an encounter that she had in Leroy, Montana, on a road trip from Washington to North Dakota. She was on Route 87 and she was running low on gas. The Fort Benton exit had a lot of construction going on, and she couldn't see any way to get the gas stations from the exit ramp, so she got back on the highway. After a while, she saw an exit sign for Leroy, Montana, and it said that there was gas and food available. She took the exit and saw another sign reading Leroy 5 miles. At this point, they had no service and were relying solely on an atlas. The road took them through a dark wooded forest, and after a while, my stepmom realized that the odometer had gone up 15 miles, and they still hadn't found any sign of a town. But she kept driving and waiting for her friend, who was holding the atlas, to say something. After a few more minutes, her friend spoke up and said that she thinks that they passed Leroy somehow, and my stepmom agreed. They found a fat shoulder to turn around, and as they were pulling off to make their turnaround, they both had an image flash into their heads. A man standing in the middle of the road. Neither of them actually saw him in real life, but both could describe the man in exact detail. He was tall, with a brown flannel, and what looked to be a scythe, broken in half, with the handle wrapped in a white bloody cloth. He also had a thick scar across his forearm. While that by itself is weird enough that my stepmom planned never to go anywhere near that place again, for the next 8 months she received frequent phone calls from Leroy, Montana. After my own research, I've come to find out that Leroy is a ghost town, unmarked on Google Maps, unless you specifically search it up. Me and some friends have already planned to go to Leroy over spring break this year and see if we can find anything. I'm posting this here to see if anybody else might have seen or heard of anything similar in the area, or any insight as to what might have happened. I was homeless for a few years from 18 to 21, and I used to stay in a tent with my ex. I always had to end up moving my tent spot eventually because the cops would find us. Either way, I had spent a lot of the time in the woods at night. One night when walking back to my tent, I heard something down the trail a bit. I shined my light in the direction of the sound to be met with glowing eyes reflecting my flashlight. However, where the eyes were made, it was so whatever I was looking at was taller than me, and I'm 5'8". There is no animal that tall in my area. I turn to my ex and tell him to start going to the tent faster. He could tell something was off, so he asked if I was all right. I told him that I'll tell him when we get back to the tent, because I've always been told not to acknowledge such creatures or spirits, as it gives them more power. Then some nights there would be smacking on our tent. It would hit all sides of the tent. We would look out the tent windows and check outside the tent, but we would never find anything or hear any footsteps. Another night during the summer, we had decided to go for a small hike at night because it was way more of a tolerable temperature. About 15 minutes into the hike, I had started feeling paranoid, like I was being watched. About 5 minutes later, I heard a maniacal laugh coming from somewhere in the woods. I couldn't pinpoint which direction though. My ex asked what was that, and I loudly said, I don't know, but whatever it is needs to stop. As soon as I said this, multiple maniacal laughs now started. My ex and I turned around and walked back for what felt like the longest 20 minutes. Another time, I found a severed coyote head with something hung in the tree beside it that had a tooth in it. And lastly, one time, I was with my friend parked on the road far into the woods so we could smoke. The passenger window was down, which is where I was sitting. The woods were right next to me. Again, the feeling of being watched overwhelmed me. 2 minutes or so later, I hear a hello, and then, John, coming from the woods. I tell my friend to turn around and we need to leave. I didn't tell her why, because like I said, I don't like to acknowledge these things until I'm far away from them. That's all that immediately comes to mind at the moment. Thank you for reading. So the other night, on a mountain trail that I've gone to for years to watch the sunset, I felt like some guy was tracking me back to my car. The first time in my entire life of hiking alone, and I've done some sketchy stuff alone at dusk that I felt uneasy. So the mountain trail I go to is huge with many different side trails on it, but there is one main trail that goes straight up and down the center of the mountain, which is usually pretty quick to get up to watch the sunset. I've done it hundreds of times at this point, for years now. I've watched the sunset and walked back to my car in pitch black many times. Never felt uneasy the way that I did that night. I get to the peak, walk back down a little bit to my usual viewing spot of the sunset, and suddenly some guy, also alone, comes off one of the side trails. I think nothing of it. Exchange a few words from a distance. Guy gets on his way, and I can see him even as a small dot as he gets down to the bottom of the trail. But I'm thinking, well, there's only one way out of here and he knows that I'm still up here. So I knew that I wasn't sticking around for it to get dark. The minute the sun goes behind the mountain, I start my way back down. As you get closer to the bottom of the trail, there's a section that narrows and is nothing but woods and trees on each side, before it opens up again to a huge open dirt trail in the parking lot. Heads on a swivel the entire way back down. I get to the creepy dark narrow part, just before the open trail to the parking lot, and I hear someone making a noise. Like a weird noise that someone would make just to themselves, but loud enough as if they wanted me to hear it. But I see no one and keep going. I get about halfway out of the open dirt road, almost to the parking lot, and I turn around, and someone is decently far behind me out of nowhere. I don't look back again. I pick up the pace, get to my car, and book it. There was only one truck left in the parking lot by the time I got back, and it was on, and someone was definitely in the driver's seat. Call me paranoid, but again, I have never felt uneasy or like someone was following me like that ever in my entire life. And I've done about 80% of my hiking completely alone, and a lot at night. Like deep woods type stuff on sunset and dusk, and never been scared like that before. My 3-year-old son suffered from chronic ear infections last year, which led to him having high fevers. I slept with him on this particular night because I needed to give him Tylenol throughout the night to keep his fever down and to keep him comfortable. I set my alarm to wake me up at around 2:30 a.m. When I woke up, I went into the kitchen to get the Tylenol. I noticed a bright light shining into the apartment from our deck door, which also illuminated part of the woods behind the apartment. When I went over to see what it was, it turned out to be a car with those bright LED headlights in the parking lot, to the far back right of the apartment. I figured they were dropping someone off. I saw movement of what resembled a dog walking around near the woods. I started to think that the lady who usually walks her dog, a cute little corgi, in that area, purposefully faced her car in that direction so that she could see while she walked her dog. As it got closer, I realized that there was nobody out there walking a dog, and there was no dog. I don't know what it was that I saw, but I'll describe it in the best way that I can. At first, it looked just like a dog, corgi-sized, but as it walked closer, it looked like your average house cat. Then it looked like a black bear, and then it looked like a koala. I live in North New Jersey, farmland and lots of woods, and there are no wild koalas here. At this point, my heart is pounding out of my chest and I'm scared. The fear I felt was like a primal type of fear that I've never felt before. I ran to my bedroom to wake up my boyfriend, and I shook him awake very roughly. I said, "You gotta come see this." He was a bit annoyed with me. When we look outside together, we see this thing getting closer, and it looks like a skunk now. White stripe down the center with the perky, fluffy tail. I said, "Oh, it's just a skunk," with a little chuckle. I felt a bit embarrassed that I woke him up over a skunk, but at that moment I also felt relieved. However, I was mistaken. As it walked, it looked as if it was struggling to find a form. I thought it looked like it was falling apart, but also coming back together again at the same time. I know this doesn't make much sense, but it's hard to find the words for what we saw. After the skunk formation, it looked almost like a person crawling on the ground, with some type of fur or skin attached to them around the leg. Then it changed again and looked like a raccoon, a groundhog, a black bear, a cat, a koala, a deer, and a skunk. The part that stuck out to me the most was that whatever it seemed to be coming apart or shedding, but at the same time it was growing. Whatever had their headlights on, turned them off as soon as it went deeper into the woods. This happened pretty quick. I'd say it was only about a couple of minutes from start to finish. He ended up going back to bed, but I couldn't sleep after that, so I grabbed a flashlight and shined it into the woods to see if I could see it again, but it was gone. I also opened the door to see if I could hear anything, but I couldn't. It was very quiet. I had a very hard time going back to sleep that night. My boyfriend wasn't scared, but he was confused and stunned. He didn't know what to make of it. I was scared and creeped out. I know that if I hadn't woken him up to see it for himself, he most likely wouldn't have believed me and would have chalked it up to me being groggy from just waking up, or it just being an animal. Unfortunately, I know what I saw, and I'll never forget it. I grew up in Belgium, Europe. Since I was young, I've been with my friends in the Scouts. It is mixed in Belgium. We don't have boys and girls separate usually. We start Scouts when we're 6 years old, and then we go through all the groups until we're 18. That is when we become Scouts leaders. I'm saying this to give you a little background on me and my friends. We are people who I would consider very close with nature, camping, and overall used to a lot. I would not say that we are your typical rough outdoors lumber type of people, but we can manage ourselves well through a forest. Back when we were around 16 years old, one of my friends invited our group to go wild camping in the forest that we have close to our homes. It's not your average American national park. I wish it was, with stories of Bigfoot or worse, but it definitely has its own charm and legends. We got a centuries-old tale about werewolves in our forest, and a couple of legends about witches. It's not a huge forest, but one can easily get lost if they're not familiar with its trails, and all the trees look the same. This being said, to describe it the best I can, we were very familiar with the forest since we were small children playing in the tree line, and afterwards as teenagers being blindly dropped with nothing but a map in the middle of it by our leaders. I do not know whether this game is popular in other countries in the Scouts, but in Belgium, it's very well known and quite safe actually. We don't have bears or, until a year back, wolves. And when dropped, we would carry lights, so just in case anyone didn't manage his way in or out, they would get spotted easily by a searching party. Again, this is not a national park, so it's not as big as a person could go missing for days. That being said, again, we were very familiar with the forest, and we were all locals from the village nearby. So we started our camping journey with our bikes from the village to the entrance of the forest, and once there, we would continue to go deeper and deeper into parts of the forest on foot. Since it was an area with lots of hills and few trails for bikes, the mood was good. It was beautiful, although a bit cold. Autumn evening with a few clouds and a beautiful sunset. We hiked our way through the forest until we got to a small clearing with some grass, and prepared our tents for the night. We made a small campfire. We always learned to be safe, never putting in danger the forest. And we ate some beans and sausages for dinner, together with some tasty Belgian beers. At around 11 p.m., we decided to call it a night, and we each went to sleep in our tents and sleeping bags. Everything seemed like a normal camping day in our forest. Then, suddenly, at around 1:30 a.m., we woke up to the sound of what seemed to be like drums. A couple of us got out of our tents with our flashlights, asking what was going on. Our forest had always been quiet at that place at night, and during the day, the only noise you could hear were the critters. So you can imagine the surprise of hearing drums in the middle of the night. We were located on a flat area of the side of a hill to have a beautiful view in the morning. and at the other side of the hill over the top, we saw light and smoke of what seemed to be a bonfire. We figured that had to be the place where the drum noise was coming from. So the ones who had gotten out of our tents decided to just go over there to see what was going on, and maybe to talk with the people who decided that it was a good plan to be making noise in a calm forest at 1:30 a.m. We hiked over the hill so that we could have a glance at the people, to know who we were dealing with first. We walked about 15 minutes before we could actually see the bonfire. It was located in a small circled clearing with lots of trees and bushes around. We crouched towards the bushes in the tree line to get a good look of what was going on. And that is when we saw the people with the drums. A couple of them, I recall a group of 5 or 6, sat around the fire playing the same tune on the drums the whole time. And another group of people was dancing around the bonfire. Although I say dancing right now, I mean people making weird, unnatural movements, almost as if they were having spasms. And honestly, the best way to describe it is bodies contorting. The people dancing around the circle were wearing suits. At first glance, it would make it look like people dressing to be one with nature. A second glance would make it look like pagan suits, almost like the original celebrations of Halloween. This was when we realized that whatever these people were doing, whether it was some sort of gag or seriously some sort of ritual, we would be better off if we did not confront them. So we decided to back off and go to our camping spot as quiet as possible. Once there, we decided to wake the rest and tell them what we had seen. We packed up the same moment and left to the entrance of the forest, got on our bikes, and we all went back home. We have since still frequented the forest, both for scouts and in our free time with friends and family, and we have never seen this circle of people again. However, it has stuck with me ever since, and I will never forget how we felt out of our place in the forest for the first time in our lives. It is the first, and luckily the last time, that we did not feel welcome in our own forest. Okay, so this happened when I was around 14 or so around 1999 or 2000-ish, and I lived in southwest Georgia at the time, outside of the small town of Moultrie. I was at my buddy's house for the weekend. We'll call him Joe. So some random other teens that were a little older than us show up at Joe's house, allegedly running from the cops after they stole a parent's car and wrecked it in a ditch. They came up to us on foot, so the story might be true. I'm not sure. They wanted to go camp out in the woods to evade pursuit, so Joe and I say screw it and go with them. We borrowed Joe's dad's tent and started walking off into the fields and woods. Given this area is not super isolated, but there was a wilderness to the air that I cannot describe. We go maybe a mile or two back and set up camp 50 yards away from the turnaround / end of the dirt road. There was 5 of us guys, including me and Joe, and I only remember one other dude's name. Let's call him Mike. The names don't really matter, but I'm just adding any detail that I can recall. Anyway, we mess around in the woods for a while. We started a fire and ate some snacks. We didn't have any drugs except for a bottle of booze, small enough that not any one of us could get drunk off of it, but we share sips anyway. Night comes around, and we've got this 6-person tent for us. I can't say if I ever fell asleep or not, but I laid down with everyone and it got late. I'm not sure what time exactly it was, but likely late night or early in the morning. I begin to hear footsteps in the woods some ways out. I hear this walking in the woods. At first, I'm like, it's an armadillo. If you aren't aware, they can sound exactly like a person while foraging for food. But no, The steps are approaching our camp directly. So at this point, I'm like, what the heck? And without moving because I'm terrified, I look around to see if the other dudes got up, and I missed it. No. 5 dudes in the tent. My blood freezes, and there's no sound outside except this thing walking, and it's now right outside our camp. As I attempt to breathe without making a sound, either a very pointed finger or a knife slowly starts from one point on the tent outside and drags very slowly across to the other side. So, I promptly crap myself and hold my breath. The walking sounds stop about 3 feet on the other side of our tent, and they never start again. Daylight slowly fades in. The steps never returned. I have this dazed feeling as if I've been up all night as sunrise happens. One of the guys gets up and slowly others do too, so I get up. No one is talking. No one is talking, but everyone looks exhausted. Eventually, one of us asked the others, "Did you hear that last night?" Apparently, 4 of the 5 guys were all awake during the invisible stalker, and we're all like, what the heck? The 3 guys who were running from the cops allegedly say that they wanted to call a friend to pick them up and go score some pot. They leave Joe and I at the camp to guard their stuff. Hooray. Now I'm paranoid at this point because I think there's some guy out there waiting to gut us. But I only have a small pocket knife on me. I take it out as they walk down the road to call for a ride. Joe and I are sitting on this discarded door that someone ditched on the edge of this dirt road turnaround like a pair of jerks when we start hearing the walking sounds again. But across the road on the other side in the woods this time, we see no one and nothing there. But it's daylight now, so I'm like, meh, it's an animal. The dirt road goes off and curves to our left, and sounds approach that slowly, but the same pace as before. The sounds stop. We're looking at the road. Absolutely nothing there, and the sounds pick back up on the other side of the road. Now I'm scared. I notice Joe has his head buried in his knees, like an ostrich burying his head in the sand. And since I'm scared for the second time in the past 12 hours, I also put my head in my lap. I also place the pocket knife in open and hold it closely. The steps are now slowly circling me and Joe, to say that they went kind of behind us at that same slow pace. They get directly behind me, but maybe 30 feet away. They slowly walk up to my back, my spine tingling more and more the entire time. I'm pouring sweat, and as they approach directly behind me, I jump up and swing this little baby pocket knife around like I know what I'm doing. Time slowed down during this little bit, as I'm swinging the knife at a puff of air. The car with our other 3 guys is coming around the corner of the dirt road to pick us up. Joe and I run to the car and jump in. The 3 dudes ditch everything that we had at camp. No one asks Joe and I what was wrong, but I could tell that they were looking at us and knew something else happened. Joe and I never said a word about it. My husband and I were hiking to a small lake off of a lodge road in Colorado. It was a very short out and back, about 4 miles total, and we were the only car in the small dirt lot at the trailhead. The trail followed an old mining road and had a steep incline on one side and a granite ridge on the other. We both felt very off, but foolishly kept on hiking, eager to see a remote lake. At one point, my husband saw a shovel leaning against a tree on the granite ridge, but chose not to tell me. Before the lake, the trail narrowed and led us through a thicket with the lake on the other side. Right before the thicket, we stopped in shock. The trail was completely torn up, and there were man-dug holes. They were large holes and about 1 to 2 feet deep. We should have turned around immediately, but again wanted to see the lake on the other side of the thicket. So we walked around the holes, got to the lake, and paused to take a few pictures. We weren't going to bother relaxing at the lake because we were both very unsettled by the holes. As we turned around to leave and head back through the thicket, we both stopped and looked at each other. The look we exchanged confirmed that we both smelled it. Cinnamon gum, strong enough that the person chewing it had to be close. There was a little wind, and turning around after the lake must have blown the smell our way. We silently walked back through the thicket and back over the holes in the trail that now seemed much more ominous. The hike back was a terrifying 2 miles. My husband, who is 6'3", pulled out his foraging knife, and I did too. I also pulled out my bear spray. I keep it around for people more than bears when hiking alone. We both assumed our tires would be slashed when we got back to the parking lot, but thankfully they were not. Once we were safely away from the trailhead, my husband told me that he thought he saw someone tracking us from the granite ridge line on our way back. The lesson: if it doesn't feel right, it probably isn't, and you should leave. Back when I was younger, I did some survey work for a logging company in Alaska, and I was fit and liked to hike. They sent me in first to check out the terrain and figure out the best ways into the area that they wanted to harvest. I always traveled light, just a backpack with a U.S. Army mess kit, some MREs, a few spare clothes, a fire kit, a bivouac sack, an axe, a knife, some bear spray, and my late granddad's revolver. I also used to cut me a nice thick hiking stick. With all that gear packed, I set out on foot. The first night was largely very quiet, and I got a good night's sleep. Only one time I woke up to what I thought was the wind rustling through the forest, and I didn't think much of it. The next day I arrived at the designated logging area and started to do my work. Around noon, I started to get that eerie feeling of being watched. I had had this feeling before, but I always blamed my imagination for it. Well, it grew more and more over the day. Right when I was about to set up camp for the night, I heard some rustling in the brush again and caught a glimpse of something big huddling out of sight. Needless to say, I skipped setting up the camp and booked it out of there. I walked about 10 miles until I was too tired to move on. The feeling of being watched had stopped, and I deemed it safe to set up my camp. I woke up in the morning, and the first thing I saw were bear tracks of what I think was a huge grizzly going all over my campsite. I've never broke up the camp this fast again. I made sure that my revolver was loaded and within arm's reach at all times, and I kept my bear spray at the ready on my way back. But nothing happened anymore. I told the logging company about my encounter, and they said that they will take the necessary precautions. A few months later, when the logging operation was in full swing, a worker was attacked by what was later described as a huge male grizzly bear. A year or so later, hunters in that area shot one of the biggest grizzlies I have ever seen, and judging by the size of its paws, it could have been that very bear stalking me on that hike. I shared this story on another subreddit a little while ago, so I'm just pasting it here. It wasn't unsettling to me during the experience, but thinking back on it, it is very weird. My mom and I were visiting family and staying in a cabin at my uncle's ranch. There's a main house, a bunch of animal pens and fields, a dog kennel, and then the guest cabin across the lot from the main house. There are other homes nearby, so it wasn't super remote. but we were surrounded by forest, mountains, and fields. So, middle of the night, my mom and I are sleeping, and we both wake up because there's suddenly a really strong, weird smell permeating the cabin. We commented that it must be a skunk. Also, both of our dogs sat up and got restless, but didn't bark or make any noise. I was having trouble getting back to sleep with the smell and getting the dogs to lay down again, so I went outside to have a cigarette. It was nearly pitch black out, but I could see my immediate area from a dim porch light. I was leaning against my car, and I started to hear someone walking across the gravel. From the sound, I presumed that the footsteps originated from the forest area behind the barn, then walked through the gravel parking lot and turned towards the cabin. I thought it was weird that whoever it was seemed to have passed by the kennel, and the dogs weren't making any noise. None of the animals were. But I figured it had to be my uncle or one of my cousins out doing something. I was curious what they were doing out so late at night. I was tracking where the footsteps were from the sound as they were getting closer, and just waiting for someone to walk near enough that I would see who they were. I almost called out but decided to wait. Eventually, I saw what appeared to be someone wearing a hairy, brown coat walking toward the field next to me. So this is where it got weird. It was getting closer and about to walk by me, parallel by about 6 to 10 feet. It was close enough that I realized that what I thought was a person in a hairy brown coat was actually the bottom half of a large creature on 2 legs. The bottom half, 2 legs and hindquarters, were about the size of an average adult and appeared brown. The top half, that could only barely make out in a silhouette, appeared black. I couldn't tell how tall it was in the dark. It just walked by and into the field that was next to the cabin. The gate was not open. I checked the next morning, so it would have to have stepped over it to get into the field. I kind of registered what I saw, thought that I should probably be freaking out, but I just went back inside and back to bed. I did a little walk around the property the next day to make sure that all the animals were there and unharmed, but I only told my mom about the experience. We ended up coming back the next month, and she told my aunt and uncle about it then. I fully expected them to make fun of me for talking about Bigfoot, but my aunt asked for some clarification and said that her sister had told them about seeing something similar. Back in the 80s, I was camping with some high school friends deep in the forest, about 10 miles down this old logging road. We were far away from anyone and anything, and drinking around a campfire. We were just fooling around, when suddenly we heard a massive, loud, and deep roar from the forest. It stopped all the fun dead in its tracks. We didn't want to drive because we'd been drinking, so we put the fire out and spent an uncomfortable and sleepless night in our cars. Back then, there weren't supposed to be any bears around here, though I had seen one on the other side of the country a few years before, but I've never heard a bear make a noise like that. You could tell by the echo that it wasn't very close, but it was so loud that it sounded close. It wasn't anything like the typical roar of a bear, more like a high-pitched scream or howl, with a huge bass rumble underneath it. The echo seemed to last forever. It only happened once. I know we didn't drunkenly imagine or exaggerate it, because we had a boombox and were recording us telling each other jokes. The roar was so loud that it distorted the microphone on the boombox. A while back, I ran into the guy who owned the tape. We were both still mystified about what that could have been. And sadly, his basement flooded years ago, and the cassette was ruined. A few years ago, My husband and I decided to go camping at a campsite in the Ozarks that was a private camping area near a couple of cabins that you could rent, and someone with a permanent on-home site. I've always had creepy experiences in the woods and rarely sleep, so I foolishly thought that I'd sleep better near other humans. I also decided to take an edible that night to help me sleep, but I ended up staying awake with anxiety instead. My husband is a sound sleeper. Meanwhile, I hear every sound. It was probably about 2 a.m., and my husband is sound asleep, sawing logs when I realized that he's gone silent outside. There had been a lot of normal forest noises, armadillos walking around, deer, etc. But now it was eerily silent. The next sound I hear is a tree falling down. It sounded huge, loudly crashing. It wasn't anywhere near enough for me to see from my point, but I definitely heard it. I should also say that at least this is the third time that I've been in the woods and either seen or heard a tree falling down, and once a lone tree in the middle of the sunny woods. It's weird enough when it starts happening in broad daylight, but this was really creepy. No other noises afterward. Eventually, the forest noises returned, but you can bet your butt that I never went to sleep. The next day, I tried to look around for it, but the property we were on bordered private land that I couldn't hike on, and never did see where it might have been. I realized that nothing really happened, but I couldn't help but thinking about the old question. If a tree falls in the woods and there's no one around to hear it, does it make a sound? Yeah, it does. I live in a small mountain town, so not way out in the woods, but I could walk a quarter mile from my house and be out in sagebrush hills on BLM or state land. I've posted this story elsewhere, but I'll include it here since it still creeps me out to think about it. About 10 or so years ago, I was running one evening after dark on an unlit pedestrian bike path that goes behind my subdivision with my dog. It was late October or early November, after the time change, and fully dark, but no snow on the ground yet. I got a couple of miles from my house with the dog running off leash, sniffing and doing her own thing. She started sniffing around one fence line and stalled out at a good smell. Normally she was super responsive, but she was fixated on this one spot. I walked back towards her and let out a low whistle and said, "Come on, sweetie, let's go." Immediately after I closed my mouth, something on the other side of the fence, not 6 inches from my right ear, mimicked the whistle exactly, and then the phrase that I'd said. I got instant chills. There was something just not right / not human sounding about it. It got the intonation and rise and fall just right, but the voice itself was off. Literally, my first thought was someone having their parrot hanging outside by my fence. But it was night in October at 5,300 feet. Like, it wasn't cold, but I was in tights and a couple of long sleeve shirts. No one would have their macaw out there like that. And the more I reflected on it, the more there was a mechanical element to the voice too, like a buzzy aspect. I never heard any other sounds behind that fence either. No rustling of leaves or a person talking or anything. Anyway, it scared the crap out of me. I grabbed my dog's collar and made a quick decision on which way to run, since there was no close exit from the bike path in that spot. As soon as I could cut into the neighborhood where there were a few streetlights, I did. Probably set a PR on how fast I got home. I cannot imagine if I heard that somewhere in the wilderness where there was no timely exit or possibility of human help. Not sure if it's related, but a few years later I was driving on the highway very near that same spot. The bike path is sandwiched between the highway and the subdivision. At about 5:30 in the morning, still completely dark out, I saw what I first thought was a person dressed in all black, wearing a hoodie with the hood up, walking on the side of the highway towards me. My first thought is, what is this idiot doing? They're gonna get hit. The bike path is right there. As I got closer, I realized this figure was huge, broad-shouldered, could easily see over the cab of my truck. Looked like they had no neck, which is why I thought it was someone with a hood over their head. The weirdest thing though, as I passed by them, there was not one bit of light reflecting off the figure from my headlights. I couldn't see any facial features, no eye shine, no metal zippers from clothing or reflective patches on their shoes. Just a massive, all-black humanoid shape striding down the highway, almost directly across from where I'd heard the voice about 5 years earlier. Back in 2019, as a graduation present to myself, I took a cross-country trip from Chicago all the way to the Humboldt County Redwoods, where I camped for a week. It had been a bucket list dream of mine to do ever since I was a kid, and I wanted to treat myself. Now keep in mind, I'd been in several road trips with friends, been to the same redwoods 5 years earlier on a hiking trip, so I was prepared for the trip. It was just my first solo trip. The trip went well with no accidents or issues, but I definitely got spooked on one hike. I was staying at the Elk Prairie campground, so I was in prime distance from all the trails. Still, I drove up to the Big Tree Wayside Parkside, as I planned to grab dinner in Eureka after the hike. I parked the car, started my hike, and enjoyed the scenery. I'm a hobbyist photographer, so I was getting lots of pictures in and just generally enjoying myself on the trail. It was a semi-cloudy day, the kind where the sun goes in and out. I was too engrossed in the scenery to ever get that watched feeling until I hit one spot. All of a sudden, I noticed the trail seemed thinner. The brush on either side felt taller, and the forest seemed to just get darker. I got the sudden feeling that if I were to encounter a predator, I'd never see them coming. I got that "you're being watched" feeling. Now, I'd been inadvertently following a bachelor herd of elk the entire time. I had 2 encounters with the herd earlier in that hike. Once I saw a bull through the foliage, and a second time I almost accidentally walked into the herd, rounding a bend in the trail. So I was very aware that they were there, but I had no idea if they were what was watching me. I took stock of my surroundings and could hear birds chirping and normal forest sounds, so I knew that a natural predator wasn't nearby. That's when I realized I hadn't seen a human hiker in a while. The sky had also completely clouded over, and I couldn't tell if I was north or south of the parking lot, as I'd crossed the road onto another trail. It was just after Memorial Day weekend, so the park was fairly well populated with fellow campers. But being alone in a darkened forest like that, surrounded by high brush and the world's tallest trees, you feel isolated and vulnerable. I pulled my buck 120 and a can of bear mace and booked it out of that spot. I ran a good 10 minutes until I saw a direction sign. Turned out, I had hiked my happy butt nearly back to the campground. At that point, I just followed the road north, back to my car. A ranger notified me that the elk herd I'd been following had planted themselves around the lot. I told him I'd be careful and not try to pet the big deer. I got some great shots with my telephoto lens though. I don't know what was watching me, but I always trust my gut feelings. I used to go to this low water crossing that was smack dab in the middle of the woods. It was a peaceful place to relax and skip a few rocks. One day, upon entering the pathway down towards the bridge, I noticed a dead baby goat laying off to the side. It struck me as odd, but I still continued down the bridge. After about 5 minutes of skipping rocks, I got an overwhelming feeling of being watched. I stopped for a second and kind of did a quick scan of the area. I'm not even sure how I even noticed amongst so many trees, but off in the distance there was a gray-haired lady just standing between some trees, with a blank expression staring right at me. It was literally like something you would see in a movie. I immediately left, and about 30 seconds later, I'm still trying to make my way back out of the woods, and out of nowhere, a big hawk dropped a bunny on my hood. Scared the ever-loving life out of me. In recent years, hiking and camping trip on the Appalachian Trail, we set up camp. All is well. Ran into a few other people during the hike. But later that night, after we were all in our tents, a person walking the trail lights up our tents with a flashlight. They probably didn't see us at first. No big deal. It was a remote area, but instead of just continuing to walk the trail with the light on, they turned the light off, and it was hard to tell if they continued walking or were hanging around our site. So we started talking from the tent. It wasn't scary considering all four of us are grown men, and we all had firearms on us. It was just a little unsettling that they continued to choose to turn off the flashlight. It was pitch black. The woods were thick, and this part of the Appalachian Trail is extremely rocky and hard to not fall, even in the daytime. According to my dad, when my grandpa died, he and my mom decided that I was too young to attend the viewing or the funeral. I was 2. My aunt and uncle decided the same for my 3-year-old cousin. A few hours after returning from the funeral, my dad walked into the living room to find me talking to an empty chair. I told him I was talking to Pappy and asked how he couldn't see him sitting there, and I then proceeded to describe the exact outfit that he was buried in, down to the tie pattern and pin on his lapel, despite never seeing him in this outfit. Freaked out, my dad called my aunt and explained the incident. She told him that my cousin had just done the exact same thing an hour earlier. I have a couple of stories, but this one always gets me. When I was around 7, my grandmother took care of a baby whose mother was an alcoholic and drug addict. This woman would bring her child, let's call him John, to my grandmother's house and leave him there for months at a time. Needless to say, our family became very attached and thought of him as part of the family. His mother came to get him one night, and her drunk boyfriend flips the car. John was in a coma for about 3 or 4 days. One night, my older brother wakes up everyone in the house, screaming and crying, saying that John is dead. Once my parents get him calmed down, he tells them that John came into his room crying, saying that he has to leave but he's scared and wants my brother to come with him. While my parents are trying to convince my brother that it was just a dream, the phone rings and it's my uncle calling from the hospital to inform us that John had died. This happened over 30 years ago, but I still get goosebumps just thinking about it. Sort of the same thing happened to my grandmother. She was washing dishes in the kitchen in an empty house because my grandfather had taken all of their kids to the beach for the afternoon. Suddenly, she hears the voice of her favorite brother across the country shout her name, and she's so surprised that she jumps and twists her ankle. She looks around but can't find him anywhere. My grandfather came home to find her sitting on the couch, icing her swollen ankle, and she tells him what happened. 2 hours later, they get a phone call from my brother's wife, saying that he died at the moment she heard his voice. My grandmother was in a care facility suffering from dementia. I used to visit her quite frequently, but after she stopped recognizing me, I stopped going. One morning I was getting ready for work, and this overwhelming and completely random feeling of love from my grandmother just hit me completely out of the blue. 20 minutes later, the phone rings, and it's my dad informing me that my grandmother had just passed away. I still don't really believe in any of this life after death stuff, but what happened did happen. Something kind of like that happened to me too. My aunt was an alcoholic, had 2 younger boys, and was in and out of jail. After suffering most of her adult life with depression and a whole other basket of mental and emotional issues, she finally remarried and was seemingly happier. One night while I was at work, I was closing the theater and all of a sudden got really depressed, and I started crying for no reason. I couldn't explain it. That night, I went back to my apartment and cried myself to sleep. I woke up to my dad knocking on my front door. Very strange. He told me that my aunt had unalived herself. The night before she died, she asked her husband if he would hold her one last time and cried herself to sleep. He had no idea of most of her issues and didn't think anything of it. He felt terrible afterwards. Okay, so this reminded me of a story. I was at sea on a container ship. I was miserable. Things had been going very badly with the crew. I was missing my family, and I was regretting my career for taking me away from home for so long. I had broken up with my girlfriend because I knew she was going to cheat on me, etc. It's a long story. Anyway, I'm laying in my bed one morning half asleep, and I had this dream where I saw my grandfather, who had been dead a few years, at his summer place. He was walking with big strides, and he looked radiantly happy. He didn't have the limp that he got when he broke his leg at age 70. He was smiling at me, and he gave me the feeling that he was proud of me and that I should keep at it. And I was sitting on a beach chair next to his wife, my grandmother, who had been in a nursing home when I left. It was the most vivid image of him, and we'd been so close when he was alive. The dream meant a lot to me and really changed my outlook. I even got up to write down my thoughts. When I got home, my dad picked me up on the dock, and he handed me the program from my grandmother's funeral. She died at right around the same moment that I'd had the dream. She and my grandfather were together again, and that's why he was so happy. A similar thing happened to my dad. My grandma, his mother, was in a nursing home with declining health. He was working in his office at home and suddenly felt a wave of complete love and joy wash over him for no reason. After this episode, he gets a call saying Grandma has died. He called me soon after to tell me that Grandma had passed and what he felt before he got the call. My dad is a bit of a spiritual man, but puts rationality before anything. So hearing him say this makes me believe him. We all like to think that Grandma's happy somewhere with Grandpa, who died a few years before, and she wanted us to know that. I'm not entirely sure what happens to us when we die either, but I like to think that if there is something, it's a wonderful feeling as my dad felt. Perhaps your grandmother was telling you the same thing. I have a similar story. My mom and dad have the same dream when something bad is about to happen. It's not exactly the same right down to every detail, but the general story of the dream is the same. It's only happened 3 times in the 20 years that they've been together. But here's one of the stories. My mom and dad both dreamed that I was going to be hurt/killed in some way. I was only 3 at the time. Well, in my mom's dream, her mother, who was deceased at the time, came to her saying that she just wanted to hold me. I've never met my grandma. She was killed by a drunk driver before I was born. Well, she proceeded to tell my mother that she just wanted to meet me and told her don't be mad. In my dad's dream, he just felt like he lost something very important, and it ruined his life. He was helpless. Well, they both woke up and freaked the heck out, but proceeded to go about their day as usual. My dad went to the grocery store, came back, and parked his truck. He had an F-250 at the time. My older sister, who was 5 at the time, was strapped in the front seat of the truck and couldn't get out, so she was screaming and crying, just throwing a fit. My dad went and took the groceries in the house. I went outside to the truck. I tried to get in it, and I fell beneath the tire. I, being 3 in all, also threw a fit and just stayed there crying. My sister proceeded to throw a tantrum and ended up kicking the thing into neutral somehow, and the truck rolled over my head and stopped on my chest. My dad came out, saw me, freaked out, couldn't find the keys. They were in a grocery bag, and screamed and yelled for any neighbors to help. They tried to lift it off of me, but it was too heavy, so they had to push it over the rest of my body. I had to be flown to the hospital. In the helicopter, my heart stopped for about a minute. The only damage done was scarring and a broken collarbone. Plus my teeth were crushed, and I had to get all caps when I was little, and had braces for like 6 years. That was the first dream that my parents had like that. The others were when my little sister and brother were born. My little sister's lungs collapsed, and my brother was very sick. My mom had another dream years later with her mom, explaining that she'd held us all now, and everything is going to be okay. Nothing really terrible has happened since. My grandmother's entire life, she had a recurring nightmare. In this nightmare, she would be walking down a long dark hallway, turn to the left, open a door, and see something terrible. She'd always wake up before seeing what it was. In her 40s, she, her husband, my dad, and my aunt were on vacation. They booked the hotel at the last minute, so they ended up having to get 2 rooms with 2 twin beds on opposite sides of the floor. My dad wakes up at around 3 a.m. and can automatically tell that something's not right. He calls out in the darkness, "Dad?" No response. He turns on the bedside light. "Dad," he says a little louder this time. Still no response. Getting worried, he slides out of bed and shakes his father. He doesn't wake up. My dad ran down the hotel hallway to my grandma's room and started banging on the door. My grandma worriedly opens the door, and my dad shouts, "Something's wrong with Dad." He leads her down the hallway, a long hallway, to the last door on the left. My grandmother reaches the door, turns to the left, and sees her husband dead in bed. He had a heart attack, and she never had that dream again. I've had a recurring nightmare since I was about 7. Friends and I are in the woods and boonies. I don't know why. We stumble across a house with an older lady chilling on the porch. She's friendly and tells us she's in the middle of cleaning out her basement. It's a cavern under her house filled with riches and oddities. She says we're welcome to check it out, so we do. It turns out her small cavern is a pyrite, fool's gold. So it is dazzlingly impressive, but ultimately worthless. Disappointed to learn of her mistake, our host offers us lemonade before we continue on our way. As we ascend the cellar stairs to collect our refreshments, The distant horizon is aflame with distant mushroom clouds. We all just stop and stare, wide-eyed. That's when I wake up. At least if this is the same deal, I know that I won't die immediately in the impending nuclear holocaust. I have something similar happen to me, though. Probably not so creepy. I don't have déjà vu the way most people seem to describe it. I have dreams about pretty mundane things that years later actually happen. The most interesting one happened when I was 14. I was at my grandmother's when I woke up. But in my dream, I was in a hospital bed being pushed down a hall, through double doors and into a hospital room. There, waiting in the room, was a pretty red-headed woman that was relieved to see me. I always knew it was going to happen, but wasn't sure when. 15 years later, I'm diagnosed with stage 3 cancer. I've had several surgeries, one that goes wrong and accidentally cripples me, and I'm in the hospital because I have serious blood clots. I refuse all pain meds because they make me feel worse than I do. So I have a clear head when I'm being rolled back from an exam of my legs, when it feels like I'm 14 all over again, and I don't know what's going on. The woman in the room was my wife, and she said that I had the most confused look on my face, that I didn't know where I was and that I didn't recognize her. I told her that she had met my 14-year-old self, and that for 15 years I had been waiting for that moment to happen. After 9 months of chemo, she cheats on me and leaves me. It broke my heart so badly that I wish the cancer would have just unalived me. However, later I'm with my new girlfriend having breakfast, and suddenly, a very confused 22-year-old me steps in, and I feel like everything is going to be all right from then on. She's now my fiancée. The whole déjà vu thing has really changed my outlook on life, and my perception of what time really is. This reminds me of a story that was posted on Ask Reddit a couple of months back. A guy, he deleted his account shortly after, told in detail 2 dreams that he had when he was a kid that he was 100% sure was events that are just yet to happen. One of them had already happened exactly as he had dreamed it, with names and everything correct on people that he had never met. And the one friend he told it all to was there with him and was freaked out as he was. The other one is yet to happen and took place in New York, with some street vendor selling pizzas at a corner. He was upset, and the last guy in the bunch he was there, forced to pay for everyone because he had done something earlier that day. It was a funny story and all, so I started to PM him under another account. I'm more paranoid than a parrot. I switch accounts basically each month. And eventually we had a chance to meet up and take a few brewskis. Before that day, I thought he was kidding, making a story on Reddit and all, even though several other people chimed in and said they had similar experiences. I just took it as a bit of fun. But he was so weird. There are no words for it. He retold the story, and it was obvious that he believed it. But it was the way that he reacted to things. He laughed just a bit too early. He swung around and looked at noises that were about to happen. A glass shattered, and sometimes continued conversations without waiting for my answer. Usually short yes or no answers. Either he was the greatest performer out there and should be paid to do that to other people or something, or something was seriously off with him. I don't want to put any credit to having any sort of ability, but I just don't know. Sort of the same thing happened to my grandmother. She was washing dishes in the kitchen in an empty house because my grandfather had taken all of their kids to the beach for the afternoon. Suddenly, she hears the voice of her favorite brother across the country shout her name, and she's so surprised that she jumps and twists her ankle. She looks around but can't find him anywhere. My grandfather came home to find her sitting on the couch, icing her swollen ankle, and she tells him what happened. 2 hours later, they get a phone call from her brother's wife, saying that he died at the moment that she heard his voice. I lived away from home after high school in California. At the time, I didn't have a car, but I rode my bike everywhere. My grandfather had passed away a month earlier, but sometimes I felt like he was around. So I was on my bike, booking it down a sidewalk one day going the opposite direction of traffic. I was getting to an intersection and had the green arrow, when a minivan rolled up in the right turn lane and stopped. She turned her head and saw me, looked me right in the eye, so I figured she was waiting. I didn't slow down. Just as I'm a few feet from the curb going at least 20 miles per hour, she guns it. I'm talking holy crap, life flashing before my eyes. And my friend, who was on his bike about 50 feet behind me, later said that he thought the exact same thing. There was no way that I was going to avoid a nasty accident. I hit both brakes. Rookie mistake. Because now my wheels are locked and my front tire skids off the curb into the busy street. As it hits, it stops, but the bike is still moving, pitching me forward. I'm literally flying through the air. Time has slowed down, and I can see where I'm about to land, in the path of the lady's tires. Suddenly, I felt two hands, one on each shoulder blade, shoving me down. I didn't fall like an arc like you would expect. I was literally slammed into the pavement, knocking the wind out of me. I glance up to see the rear tire of this minivan roll within 1 inch of my fingers on my right hand, maybe a foot from my head. My arm was in an L shape. The car behind the minivan stops. These ladies jump out and check on me. One of the women said, "How did you do that? You were going too fast. I thought for sure that you were dead." I don't remember what I told her. But again, my friend said the exact same thing. 1 second, I was Supermaning it towards the minivan. The next, I had just stopped, like I'd hit a wall and dropped prematurely. I can't prove it, obviously, but I'm still pretty sure that my grandpa had intervened. A coworker of mine told me that she was saved from a car accident by her grandmother. Driving along, about to cross an intersection, and something pushes her foot down on the brakes suddenly. The car fills with light, and she has a strong impression of her grandmother's presence. The next moment, a truck speeds across through the intersection out of nowhere. If she hadn't stopped as suddenly as she had, she would have been in a serious accident. One week, during my freshman year of college, I started getting really anxious about something really bad happening to some of my friends. I have statuses from this week that stated, if anyone ever hurt one of my friends, nothing would stop me from unaliving them, and other obnoxious posts like that. I kept my friends on a close leash. Let me preface this by saying that I kept my horse at my school's stables and would go up there every night to clean his stall by myself. It was never a big deal. On a Wednesday night, I was up there cleaning my horse's stall around 7 p.m. I started having a panic attack and was in tears because I became so utterly terrified that I would be R-worded, and ended up sending a text to one of my friends about it. I ended up not finishing cleaning my horse's stall, and once I could get my legs to move, I ran as fast as I could to my car so that I could drive back to my dorm. The panic attack didn't go away once I got to my dorm. I posted a ridiculous amount of statuses about how anxious I was and how I couldn't sleep because I was so utterly anxious. My last status posted was around 6:30 in the morning, right before the panic attack stopped. Fast forward to that Friday. My friend from high school, who was going to school in another state, messaged me and told me that she wouldn't be returning to school for the next semester. This took place in December. When I asked her why, she told me after a series of messages that she had been essentially kidnapped and assaulted that previous Wednesday. Her whole ordeal started right around 7 to 7:30, and she was finally released / got away around 6:30 the next morning. I almost vomited. I have always been extremely empathetic, to the point where it scares me. I usually have small premonitions, thinking about songs minutes before they come on the radio, suddenly remembering a person from school / work that you haven't seen or talked to for years, and then running into them within hours. The one big one that I had was a little creepy and happened years back. I would often go to a family friend's house after school on a Wednesday to clean her house for a bit of pocket money. She would leave a back door unlocked for me. It was a pretty good neighborhood, heaps of military families. I would generally open up all the doors and windows to air the house as I cleaned, but for some reason I felt uneasy. I'm always one to trust my gut feelings, so I locked the door behind me and didn't bother with the windows. Anyway, I start cleaning, and then half an hour later I hear these banging sounds coming from the back door. It scared the freak out of me. I creep up the hallway and peek around the corner at the door, and there was this dude peering into the house through the small glass window next to the door. He had the most startled face when he saw me. He turned tail and ran pretty quick, and I called the police and then the house owner. I later found out that it was her ex-partner coming to talk to her, even though she had a restraining order against him. I never went over again. I was thinking about this thread and remembered another one that I had that was not a dream. I was working as a bank teller, and it was a regularly busy day. I looked up and saw this man walk in, and I knew that he was a robber. I made a mental note of his appearance and clothes because I knew I would have to describe him to the police. I hurried with my last customer because I wanted him to come to my window, because none of the other tellers knew that he was a robber. I called him over, and he handed me a note demanding money. I pressed the silent alarm, said the code word, and ducked under my desk, just as I had been trained to do if faced with a note passer. He left empty-handed, and I was able to give a complete description to the police. He did get caught eventually, and I testified to the grand jury to help put him away. I was 13. It was the last day of the school year and the last day at my school. Me and my best friend were walking home together as we normally did, but we were walking really slowly because we were going to different schools in September, so we wanted to make the most of it. We made it to his house, and we said goodbye. He was going to his dad's house the next day for a week, but we were going to meet up whenever he got back. He went inside his house, and I just had this really strong feeling that I should go back and hug him. It was weird because we didn't really hug. I stopped walking, turned around and started walking back to his house, but then decided that I was just being crazy, and I'd see him in a week anyway. I just had this really horrible feeling that something bad was going to happen. The next day I was watching the local news, and they said that there had been a car accident. I felt sick. It happened in the area that he'd have to travel through to get to his dad's house, but I just wrote it off as a coincidence. The next day I was watching the news again, and they said that there had been a fatal car accident. Him, his dad, and his brother had all died. That was 12 years ago, and not hugging him has got to be one of my biggest regrets. I drive a friend home back in high school. It was raining really hard, just unbelievably rough. When we arrived at his house, I got out to grab one of his gym bags from the car, while he grabbed his iPod from the aux cord. There was this strange moment where it felt like everything just stopped. We looked at each other over the hood of the car, and a shiver went down my spine. He just frowned and said something awful has happened. That was my feeling too. He went inside and I drove the rest of the way home. 2 hours later, he sent me a police report, freaking out. 2 girls from a neighboring high school that we knew through other friends had taken a turn too sharply and spun out because of the rain. Both of them perished on impact. There had been a car behind them, so the time of death was a known fact. My friend glanced at the time in my car when he grabbed his iPod, and the weird moment outside was the time that they died. Still gives me chills to this day. Okay, so about 10 years ago, I was asked to be in my friend from high school's wedding. I was living in New York City at the time, so I took the train down to my parents' place in Virginia. The next morning, we were going to drive to the state the engagement party was in. That morning, I woke up and didn't want to leave my parents' place. We finally got on the road at around 1 p.m., way later than expected because I was dilly-dallying. The entire ride, I was saying that I felt weird. We didn't get to the hotel until around 1 a.m. My mom went to go check it in and get our key at the front of the hotel. She comes back to the car, and we drive around the area of the hotel that our room was supposed to be in. This was a very nice hotel in a very nice area of town. We get our stuff and walk into the elevators. Then a man comes out of nowhere and starts saying that he loves some store near the hotel. It was weird, but whatever. The elevator opens, and my mom and I walk in, and so does this strange man. We hit our floor, but the man doesn't hit any floor. That's when I noticed that he was holding a gun. I paused. Then I finally said, is that a gun? And the guy says, no, it's a keychain. That my cousins gave it to me. I noticed this man had gotten on the elevator at the wrong side. We were the ones closest to the floor buttons and emergency stop buttons. The elevator stopped, and we ran out of there and into our room. Then we called down at the front, and as we were trying to explain what just happened, 2 gunshots were fired, and a car goes tearing out of the hotel. The police were called. A woman and a man were shot. And guess who their cousin was? That man in the elevator. We were so exhausted the next day, we just went back up to Virginia. My friend understood. It was so random. My mother and aunt used to live in Florida together, and my aunt used to work at a seafood place by a beach. There was some sort of event going on at the beach, with tents set up everywhere. A band was playing in one of the tents later on that afternoon, and my mother and aunt had planned to go once my aunt got off of her shift at work. It started to get kind of windy, and my mother was hungry, so she decided to go bother my aunt and get some food.
Trudging up from the beach, she sat down and ate. Then my aunt got off of her shift and immediately wanted to go down to the beach. My mom, however, got a really bad feeling all of a sudden and asked her to wait for a while. My aunt wasn't having it because my mother tends to be a worrier anyway, and started complaining that they were going to miss the band, but my mom feigned a stomachache and guilted her into staying. Not a few minutes later, they saw people booking it up from the beach past the windows of the diner. A water spout had popped up and made brief landfall, managing to take down the tent that my aunt and mom would have been in had they gone down to watch the band. When I was younger, I was just a kid, I had went to my town's county fair. I happened to run into a girl that I had known from a church that I used to go to. I hadn't seen her since swapping churches, and it was nice to see a friend. We decided to ride the Ferris wheel together, one of the ones that have cabins that are covered on the top, but open on the sides. Each of the cabins would hold 4 people in them. As we were standing in line for the ride, I suddenly felt sick. Not the kind where you're gonna puke, but where something just isn't right. It was like a weight pressing down on my chest, and it was like something was trying to tell me not to ride the Ferris wheel. I told my friend that I had decided that I would rather walk through the fun house with my last ticket, and that I hoped she had a good time. So that's what I did. About 30 or so minutes later, my family and I left. When we got home, we saw in the news that 3 girls had fallen out of the top cabin of the Ferris wheel. My heart dropped. I couldn't help but think of my friend. When the news finally said who the girls were, my suspicion was sadly confirmed. My friend was one of the girls who fell out of it. Then I remembered something. There were 3 of them in it, when the cabins hold 4. So if I had stayed and gotten on it with my friend, I would have been the 4th one to fall out of it that day. All of the girls ended up being okay in the long run, with the exception that one of them was in critical condition for a while, and I think that she ended up with some mild brain damage. Many people in my life know this story, but what they don't know is that I've always felt bad for not telling my friends about what I felt, and possibly stopping her from experiencing that. My husband, daughter, and I were renting a great condo, and everything was going well. Great school, on a lake, 5-minute commute from our jobs, 3 blocks from our daughter's school, and her daycare was a block away. Everything was great. In about late July, I started feeling really uneasy about our condo, like it wasn't safe, which was weird. We never had any trouble, and the landlord was amazing, and the super was great. I tried painting and making the place look better. No matter what I did, something was feeling really wrong, like dangerous wrong. In a matter of a few weeks, the anxiety grew to not just me, but my daughter and my husband as well. Our daughter, now 10, started sleeping in our bed as well as all of our pets. It's like the little voice in my head was screaming to run as far and as fast as you can. But we had been really happy there for almost 6 years at this point, and we were trying to save up to buy a house. Luckily, we were able to move out and bought a house and closed on September 28th. I'm a very type A person, and I'm the first one to get unpacked and settled into a new place and make it home. But this time I didn't have to push to get things unpacked. I blamed the Thanksgiving and Halloween, the move, my friend's wedding, work, etc. On November 30th of 2018, at 8:29, Anchorage, Alaska, was hit with a 7.1 magnitude earthquake, which was immediately followed by several huge aftershocks of 6.5 plus. My husband has just sent my daughter off to school, and she was about 50 yards from the house. My husband ran out of the house to get her. The pets were going crazy. The only major damage was my daughter's huge and heaved dresser fell over, and we broke some glass. because I had not yet unpacked. The only real casualty was half of a nice bottle of rum we got as a housewarming gift. A few months later, I run into my old landlord at the grocery store, and we got to talking. She told me that we were really lucky we moved out when we did. Apparently, right after we had moved out, the new neighbor in the building next door snapped and horribly unalived another neighbor's pets and started shooting, and a bullet went through the fence and into my daughter's old bedroom. When the earthquake happened, the lady in the neighboring condo in our old building was not home, and during the earthquake, the cooking oils fell on the stovetop, which turned on the burners and ignited her kitchen, which in turn set our old kitchen on fire. Now, at the time, at 8:29, my family would still be getting ready for school because we lived 3 minutes from the school by bike. This happened, our daughter would have been in the upstairs bathroom getting ready for school, and my husband in the shower downstairs. The landlord said that the upstairs bathroom cabinet came off the wall and shattered glass everywhere and decimated the toilet, which then started flowing into the downstairs bathroom from the ceiling. Meanwhile, all the tile on the downstairs bathroom apparently fell off the walls. The sliding glass shower door basically exploded, and that bathroom mirror broke as well, filling the entire bathroom with broken glass, tile, and running water, as well as the brick fireplace collapsed, filling the house with brick dust and chimney soot. Apparently, bricks fell off the roof area and into the yard, smashing the fence, where my daughter kept her bicycle for school. So not only would my daughter have gotten potentially hit by a stray bullet, and my pets possibly murdered, but she would have been seriously injured in the earthquake. My husband would have probably drowned, trapped in the shower full of 200 pounds of broken tile and glass, with the apartment starting to fill with smoke from the neighbor's kitchen fire. I really don't think that they would have both made it out. And even if my daughter tried to ride her bike to the neighbors, she could have been hit with falling brick from the roof from the aftershocks. I have never told this to them because I think it would scare them both really badly. But this is not the first time the voice in my head has been right. It's just really scary when it is. My friend told me and some other friends to move our stuff off of his gaming table because he was going to do some cleaning in the gaming basement. It looked nearly clean already. The way he said it didn't set well with me. I questioned him on it, but he dismissed it. He even forgot to do the cleaning one week. It turned out the cleaning he was doing was to cover up a crime center from when he murdered someone. He forgot to do it the week before because, in his words that I remember, I didn't do cleaning. Someone was supposed to come over but didn't. Turns out that someone was the person that he was going to murder. I once almost got sold to the cartel. I was 17 and extremely naive. I was new to the area and had no idea that it was a heavy cartel area. I was hanging out with a female cousin of mine who had some sketchy friends that I had no idea were sketchy because I was so naive. We all were smoking some bud, and I started puking uncontrollably. She was okay, so I didn't think much of it until she went to take me home. Her friend walked us down the apartment steps and then started talking to a group of people. Okay, whatever. Until I had the gut feeling to run for my life. Like, run and never look back. We were only a few blocks from her house. I magically became sober and book it for her house and tell her to as well. I told her I didn't know why, but I had the feeling to run. Fast forward about a month later, her friend straight up told her that he was trying to sell me to them. Not her, just me. I haven't spoken to her since because she remained friends with him. I was 12. I had a corner store 2 streets away from my house. So at 7 p.m., I went to go buy a Mountain Dew. This was Canada in the winter, so it was pitch black. I went and bought it without a problem. The clerk working the cash register actually seemed concerned. He kept asking me if I was okay, so that was probably foreshadowing. I left, and then when I was about to get on the same avenue as my house, I passed by one house, and a guy was taking out his garbage. He looked incredibly French. I'd say he's Napoleon Bonaparte, but 33, and he froze and started staring at me walking by his house. And by now, I had the worst gut feeling about this guy. The way he froze and all terrified me. So I turned the corner to go get on the same avenue as my house. I saw the guy's silhouette standing on the sidewalk. Then I walked further, saw his silhouette on the same avenue. So I called my mom and told her that this guy was suspicious. She said to keep an eye on him. Then I saw him start to walk towards me. I told my mom that he was following me. And then I probably got the world's worst shivers down my spine. All my mom had said was run, so I ran. I felt like I was faster than Usain Bolt. And then after running for about 10 seconds, I turned around, and the guy was gone. He probably realized that I saw him and ran off. Might have thought I was calling the cops. I made it home after running for about an extra 15 seconds, and I burst through the door. And I mean burst. Just panting like all heck, and rushing to lock the door. My family was there, and my stepdad was confused, but my mom told him about the call. I ran upstairs and made sure to enjoy that Mountain Dew while I played video games. I may have risked getting kidnapped for it, after all. One evening, me and my parents were going out to eat for dinner, but had noticed that our gas tank was low after a day of driving around the city. My parents couldn't decide on what to do first, eat or pass by the gas station to refill before heading over. For context, this gas station and Panda Express were a couple of blocks away from each other. I had suddenly gotten really shaken and scared about going to the gas station and asked if we could go eat. I expressed that I was hungry, but also that I had the weirdest feeling in the pit of my stomach telling me not to go. They agreed to eat first, and after dinner, we had found out that a stabbing took place around the same time that we would have arrived if we had went to the gas station instead. I work at a small credit union, and we have limits for how much we keep in our drawers up front. Anything over the limit needs to be put in the vault. We also have a limit for how much we can have in our drawer at the end of the day. Excess gets sold to the vault. One day, a teller left early for the day and sold me her excess cash because the vault teller wasn't available. It was around $7,000, and I'm putting it in my drawer so I can post the adjustment for her selling the cash to me when I see this man walk in, and something feels off. Gut feeling tells me that something bad is going to happen. I greet the man, and he walks up to my window and then stops, puts a finger like "just a moment please," and walks back out of the door. I look at the other teller on the line with me, and we both thought that it was weird. I decide not to wait and put my excess cash in the vault. I walked to the back and was counting the cash that I was putting away when I hear this clattering noise from the teller line, and I go back out and see the man walking out of the billing, and I ask the teller if he's okay, and he tells me that the man had just robbed him. The man passed him a note telling him to give him all the cash that he had. The clattering noise was the teller pushing his rolled coin through the window. If he had come to my window, he would have gotten over $7,000. But because he left and I had that gut feeling, he robbed the other teller and only ended up with around $300. To this day, I feel terrible for leaving that teller alone. I didn't do anything against policy by stepping away, but knowing that he had to handle that alone caused me a lot of feelings of guilt. Mine was a couple of years ago, on the way back home from a school trip to the water skiing lake, about a half an hour from our school. Me and my friends were about 18 years old at the time and had to drive to the lake on our own. There was no bus or anything organized by our school, so me and a few friends drove together in a car. I was not the driver at the time. On our journey back to the school, an ambulance crossed our way and drove past us in the direction that we were coming from. This was not too uncommon, because this was on the main route from our local hospital to the next bigger hospital in the next city. This situation in general was not special at all. Me and my friends joked a bit about the ambulance driver, who looked kind of bored while driving with flashing blue lights. He probably has no patient in the back. He just wants to get home quick. That's why his blue lights and siren were on, we joked. A few seconds behind him was an emergency doctor's car following the ambulance, which sometimes happens in Germany, but isn't too common. I don't know why, but in this moment, I just thought that my dad was in the ambulance and that he had a bad car accident. I really don't know why this thought crossed my mind, but there was no reason to think that, especially with the specific thought that it might be my dad. I just had that gut feeling, which I really didn't like. A few minutes later, when we arrived to the next small village where my cell phone had reception again, I saw that I had a missed call from my mom. I rarely get calls from my mom, so my feeling about my dad being in the ambulance just a few minutes prior intensified. Because I was still in the car with my friends, I decided to wait until I was back at the school and out of the car to call her back. When I called her back, my gut feeling was mostly right. My mother called because there was something wrong with my dad. That he was on the way to the hospital in the bigger city, and that he mostly was fine. I shouldn't worry. She told me that I should go to my grandparents so that they can drive me to the local hospital, so that I can drive my dad's car back home. I didn't worry too much because she sounded calm and said that he was fine. She told me that in the evening I should come to the hospital in the next city and take her home. At my grandparents', I learned that my dad had had a heart attack and had to be rushed to the hospital in the next city. Luckily, he survived the heart attack with no major consequential damage, but that was a shock. In the following days, I found out that the ambulance crossing our way that day was indeed transporting my dad, who was fighting for his life in that ambulance. He's still alive and well today, after having 2 more heart attacks since then. But every now and then I have to think about that day, and to this day, I still don't know why this thought about him being in there crossed my mind. It still gives me goosebumps. Me and my best friend were hanging out at my rural ranch. No cars in the driveway. I'm 21 and he's 18. He's outside the back of the house pretending he's a blacksmith with our crappy homemade charcoal furnace when a truck rolls up into our driveway. At that moment, I knew that something was very wrong just from the sound of the vehicle. We got so few visitors that I can identify who is approaching by the sound of their car. It's 3 dudes in a quad cab truck. My buddy approaches the truck, blacksmith hammer in hand. An important fact about my buddy is that he looks like he's 13 years old. At this point, I grab my rifle. Who the heck are they? The driver gets out, and he has a semi-automatic in his holster on his hip. I sight in on him between the curtains and window shutters. They claim to be local ranchers selling their meat door to door. If they were local ranchers, they'd know that you don't just ignore a no trespassing sign like the one on our gate. They asked my buddy if his parents are home, to which my buddy, thinking quickly, said yes, his father is home, and his uncle might want some fresh steaks. He pulled out his phone and called the cops, to which the men quickly got in the truck and left. I knew none of this. I was just watching the body language of the situation going down through the sights of a rifle, ready for them to try something. I'm pretty sure that they were there to rob us. This story happened about a year ago, but it still creeps me out when I think about it. That being said, it's a little lengthy, but I think it fits here. I'm an adult male with a tall build at about 250 pounds who lives with my dog. My neighborhood is considered one of the nicer ones in my city, but it isn't without its share of crime incidents. Most of these tend to be car break-ins, where people are looking for easy grabs left in plain sight. And in the worst cases, the rare robbery of college students, not from the area, or people walking around who are otherwise not paying attention to their surroundings. Growing up, I lived in a much rougher part of the city, so being alert and observant of one's surroundings has always been second nature to me, especially at night. So much so that when my dog and I go for his nightly walk, he knows that it's all about the business of doing his business, and doing it quickly with no dilly-dallying. On this particular night, I was running late with a work project that had to be completed on time, and our walk was delayed about an hour past our regular time to 10 p.m. I absolutely hate going out too late. Already feeling anxious about missing our regular time, when other dog owners are out doing the same, something told me to make sure that I carry this time. So after I got my dog in his harness and out the door, we started our usual walk up the street, moving at a brisk pace. At this hour, the street is completely empty of pedestrians or car traffic, just eerily quiet. We get about halfway up the street before he starts sniffing around for a good area, when I spot a red pickup truck flying down the street well over the speed limit. The truck eventually comes to a screeching halt in the middle of the street, about 30 feet ahead of us. As soon as he hit his brakes, I quickly walked us a little further up as to put a row of the sporadically spaced parked cars on the street in between us, and continue walking while maintaining eyes on the truck. As we walk by, the door opens and a guy gets out and is bent over coughing profusely, like a lot, and hacking up spit and whatnot in the middle of the street, while holding on to the inside of his truck door with tinted windows. My dog and I both keep eyes on the guy as we're walking past, about 25 feet distance from him. He then looks up at me while still keeping one arm inside the car door and says, "Hey, can you come here for a second?" Without breaking stride, I said, "Yeah, probably not going to do that," while rotating my body and walking backward as we pass him as to not turn my back to him. While still backing away on our path, I ask him what's wrong. He then says, "I'm not feeling well. Can you please just come over here?" While still backing away, I tell him no plainly, and that he can pull into any of the parking spaces on his side of the street and rest there until he feels better, or that I can call him an ambulance if he's really that bad off. Upon hearing this, his face contorted and went into a snarl. He was also suddenly no longer having coughing fits or under any sort of visible physical distress. Clearly angry that I wouldn't cooperate, he then slightly closes the door a little so that it's still ajar, but his arm that was behind it is concealed behind his back now, and he started towards us saying, "Please come here, sir. I told you that I'm not feeling well." I then clip my dog's leash to my belt and get parallel against the side of a large SUV parked on my side of the street, leaving about 20 feet between us. I also move my hand behind my back to my waistband and tell him that's close enough from behind the vehicle. He then stares at me, and I can literally see him working the math in his head on the chances of me bluffing, and he turns around and goes back to the truck, but doesn't leave. He reaches inside with the concealed hand and holds for about 10 seconds before he looks back at me over his shoulder and stares for 10 more seconds, only to see that I am staring at him also. Haven't left my position next to the buffer vehicle, nor turned my back to him. He says something to someone else in the passenger seat who is obscured by the tent, and then very quickly hops in, slams the door, and speeds back off up the street into the night. So this happened to my mom maybe 3 years ago. My mom has now passed away, but she was maybe 40 at the time. She was a very pretty woman, looked young for her age. She often had total strangers propose to her. Everyone was pretty much obsessed with her. That being said, she was no stranger to dealing with creeps. So one day she was at Woodman's, the grocery store for those of you who don't know. It wasn't really in a bad area, but was close to a bad area and was right off the freeway, so it could be kind of sketchy. She always told me that she didn't want to be going there alone, especially at night. When I would go with her at night, I was not to leave her side, even though I was 18 to 20 years old at the time. So anyway, she was there during the day doing her grocery shopping alone. She noticed a man in the same aisle as her. He was looking at her, and when she would turn around and look at him, he would look away and act like he was looking at something on the shelves. Honestly, she didn't think much of it. As I mentioned, she dealt with her fair share of creeps. So she grabbed what she needed and moved on to another aisle. That's when she noticed him again, in the same aisle as her, doing the same thing. This time, it kind of rubbed her the wrong way, but she went about her business again and moved on. The man kept following her throughout the store. Now it's worth mentioning that my mom was not one to be messed with. She was very confrontational, never backed away from a fight, has beaten the crap out of men, taken beatings from men, usually carried a weapon, etc. So she's getting ready to check out and he's still following her. Now she's pretty angry and didn't feel safe leaving. She alerted an employee who went to get a manager. My mom took this opportunity to tell him off, saying something like, "Can I help you? What the heck do you want?" He replied to her saying, "You look like the kind of girl who would really look good in someone's basement." At this point, she was not only mad but absolutely terrified. The manager came, and while my mom was telling them about the guy and what he had said, he ran off. The police were called, and they were able to locate him in or around the building. They escorted him off the property, but that was all. My mom was so afraid that the guy was lurking somewhere, waiting to see her get into her car, and then proceed to follow her. She ended up calling me in tears, saying she was afraid, and if she was going to be followed or abducted, she wanted someone to know. So she and I stayed on the phone till she was home. It took a lot to shake or scare my mom, but she had really good intuition. So for her to be as shaken as she was, this guy had to be as creepy as they come. His comment to her only proved that further. In the end, she was okay, but I can't imagine what would have happened if she didn't tell someone, or if he did wait for her and follow her. This happened to me and my still current boyfriend about 2 years ago. We live in a city that has a main downtown area. The main city is pretty liberal, but once you get out into the county, it can become quite the opposite. That being said, the main city and especially the downtown area has a pretty bad homeless problem. That's only gotten worse over the years. For the most part, the homeless population is pretty harmless. They know the good spots to hang out. A lot of times they just smile at you and I always smile back, and you go on your way. Sadly, there's been an increase of incidents, infer what you will, in the last few years, with the rise of overdoses and more addictive street drugs. I was living in the main downtown area at the time, having just recently graduating college and wanting to be close to the nightlife. My best friend that I met in college and I were roommates. We had an apartment right in the middle of downtown. It was the perfect setup. My boyfriend, let's call him Jack, happened to live 1 block down, then about 5 or 6 blocks south of that. It was about a 10-minute walk, give or take. It was even closer to the heart of downtown as well, so you can imagine how convenient that made it for hanging out, and also not having to take a car and worry about parking. One overcast Sunday morning, my boyfriend and I woke up at my place and decided to walk over to his so that he could grab some things. We had walked the majority of the way. It really was just a straight walk on sidewalks the whole time. We were on the right side of the road with the street to our left. We're not 1 minute away from my boyfriend's place when I notice something ahead that makes me feel a bit uneasy. First off, there's a guy walking in front of us in the same direction we are with his back to us. I can see that he has both earbuds in. He's walking at about the same pace, so we aren't about to run into him or anything. In front of him, facing and walking towards all of us, is a different guy. He had a small frame, was maybe 5'8", wearing dark pants, a red sweatshirt with a hood up, and a backpack. Even though his hood was up, I could see his face. Some short black hair poked out, pale skin, and these black, beady, crazy eyes that I'll never forget. I assumed him to be homeless, as it was an area that was popular for them. Now, he wasn't looking at us, but rather the pedestrian with earbuds in who happened to be closer to him and in front of us. All of a sudden, I see the homeless guy run and quite literally rush the pedestrian in front of us. Like ran up and then stopped about a half foot from this poor dude's face. Since the guy had his headphones in, he probably just wanted to mind his own business and walk home quietly. He was clearly taken by surprise and stopped and took one of the earbuds out to see what the crazy dude wanted. Me, while I'm a risk taker, I didn't like putting myself in the wrong situation when I didn't need to be. This freaked me out, and I didn't want the guy to notice us and come up at us next. So I stepped left of the sidewalk into the street. There was a pretty big lane for street parking, and it was lined with parked cars, so I conveniently hid myself from behind view of a car. As I continued walking, I heard this guy start yelling obscenities at the poor pedestrian. Things like, "I'm gonna run you over with a car. I'm gonna find you." Like I said, we were not 100 feet from the entrance to my boyfriend's apartment at this point, and after witnessing that, I just wanted to be inside. My boyfriend had continued walking on the sidewalk, and in an instant, I had come back in view, and we turned right towards the apartment. Now, the apartment did have a main entrance from the street side on the sidewalk, but my boyfriend just moved in and didn't have the code for the front door yet. All he had was his fob to the parking garage that led to the stairwell up into the place. We were using that at the time to get in. We walked up to the parking garage door and clicked the button so it would start rolling up. I hadn't looked behind me at this point. I knew I probably should have, but a lot of times if you ignore the crazy people, for lack of better words, they will turn in and not bother you. So I was kind of following that tactic at the moment. The garage door was open and we went inside. My boyfriend clicked the button to close it. We started the short walk to the door to the stairwell. The garage door was nearly closed, and I don't know what prompted me to look back, but I did. And what I saw still gives me chills today. It was the homeless guy from the street. He was squeezing under the garage door while he still could. I remember the chill that ran down my spine as I locked eyes with his, and I yelled at my boyfriend, "Jack, he's following us." I'm not sure what I expected my boyfriend to do, but he pushed the door to the stairwell open and started running. That was his oh crap moment when I realized this guy had access inside, because the door to the stairwell didn't require a fob or even have a lock. Me, definitely not wanting to be the closest one to this guy, took off running after my boyfriend. As I pushed the door open and got inside, I could hear the guy behind me doing the same as it was swinging back closed. I looked back and locked eyes with this crazy guy once again, and about crapped myself as I realized my only option was to keep running and try to get inside our apartment and close the door before he got there. Yes, this guy was smaller, but what really freaked me out is since he had a backpack, I had no idea if he had a knife or gun in there. I mean, why else would you chase two people and outnumber yourself? My boyfriend lived on the third floor, of course, so we proceeded to sprint up 3 flights of stairs. I could hear this guy's pounding footsteps behind me. At last, we got to our level and opened the door to the hallways and sprinted to his unit without looking back, unlocked that door as fast as we could, still felt slower than heck to this day, and slammed the door shut behind us. I remember looking through the peephole and expecting to see this guy standing there ready to yell at us, but nothing. My heart was pounding. I mean, what the heck just happened? We called the cops and told them what happened to us. I'll admit, they probably did all they could, but it didn't feel like enough. I was freaked out. This dude now had access to and was inside the building with access to all the apartments and residents. I just imagined him hiding in the stairwell for the next poor soul. Well, the cops came, drove around the perimeter of the complex for a few minutes, weren't able to search the inside of the building because apparently they didn't have access in, and for some reason we weren't allowed to let them in, and left after not finding anyone. It took forever to finally get the urge to leave that apartment to go to run our Sunday errands, but we did. I'm sure the guy was just high on drugs and decided to be crazy that morning and bother some unlucky people. He probably left after he realized he was screwed if people found him there, and someone else called the cops. I made this account to post here. Anyways, this happened around like 2021, and sometimes I still find it hard to grasp. For context, I now live in a different place, and along with most of my relatives, so I feel safer saying this on here. The reason I'm posting this is for people to learn and possibly caution themselves from my experience. I'd say the place I lived in was just pretty old. It wasn't densely populated nor empty. It had wooded areas around it. You could cycle to the mall, school, and other normal places, but you'd have to take a car to go to places like a hospital. I was basically in my last year of high school. Being an only child and a girl on top of that made my parents very overprotective, and I was naturally more cautious than the rest of my friend group. I didn't really mind being that way though, because I always thought that that was the better option. So, teenagers from school would have these outdoor get-togethers in the woods a few kilometers away from my school. It was just common for people to lounge out and about, chilling till 3 a.m. or something like that. Including me, it was a group of 4. They decided since it was our last year, we should probably drink together in the woods. Obviously, looking back, it was a really stupid idea, but it wasn't unsafe, and it wasn't deep in the woods either. There's a pretty clear trail and a small openish area where people would get their dogs and whatnot like that. We planned to do it on a Thursday because my parents would be out, and the rest would convince theirs that they were having a sleepover. Now, we had bought the alcohol and some other stuff to just chill out. There were no others that day because it was a weekday and quite chilly as well. It was pretty lively. You could see houses from the distance and people would be driving around and all, so naturally we felt safer. We walked on the trail for about a minute when I felt uneasy. I felt like we were being watched or something like that, and looked over to one of my friends. She looked a little distressed, but we just shrugged it off. We walked only a few minutes more and found our spot. We started drinking and basically spent like an hour and approximately 30 minutes of gossiping and having those deep talks while being drunk. I didn't drink too much and neither did my other friend. We were just a little tipsy. Now we forgot about the brief weird feeling we had while walking until we heard something from the thick trees in front of us. Even though we were loud, we all heard it. It was this weird snicker/giggle. I got up from this tree log that I was sitting on and just dragged my friends back a little. We had a fire going and 2 torches, but we still couldn't really see into that area. It wasn't that close to us. Think around 4 doors away if you placed them horizontally. So the fact that we heard that laugh was just insane to me. I pointed the flash straight into the area and no one came out. I sat back down, and when I turned the flashlight off, there was a silhouette coming out. I switched on the flash to blind that person while my other friends did the same. We started yelling and getting ready to run when I saw the most horrifying sight of my life. It was this man who we'd never seen before. He had this plaster smile and his hair was covered in dirt. He was pale, and his eyes were almost like he wasn't looking at us, but just in our general direction. I can't explain it, but just textbook creepy. We all ran for it. My very drunk friends even managed to snap out of it. We got to my house. I lived the closest to the place, and said that we'd call the cops. We were really scared of our parents, but it didn't matter. We called the cops. They found nothing. Word got out and people pretty much strayed away from the paths at nighttime, and a couple of guys in our school managed to get their dads, and all with guns, to find the guy, but nothing ever came of it. Fast forward to like a month later. We didn't talk about it much and never did anything like that again. I got a pocket knife and pepper spray to keep. I went home after school and was exhausted, so I decided to take a nap. My dad was at work and my mom was visiting her sister. I suddenly woke up to this weird sound. We had one story and the walls were not too thick. I locked all the doors and even the windows out of habit. Still, fearing for the worst, I locked my room door and kind of looked out my window. There was nothing. I grabbed at a bat and my phone, heading out of my room. I looked at all the doors and everything was locked. There was this weird like shuffling out of my house, and I just looked through the window of my living room. I kid you not, it was the same dude from the woods. He was just outside walking in this erratic, eerie way, which just sent me into a spiral. He somehow saw me and started saying hi there very loudly. I called the police, and after that I told him to leave. After that he started saying my name and all of my friends' names. The police questioned him. He had no history of mental illness. He had no clinical disorder. And after enough torture he confessed to liking young women. He's in jail now. He'll probably get out in a couple of years. Edit. By torture I meant interrogation. My dad has a friend who's a cop, and the cop told him the guy would scream when they asked him things. He was also guilty of attempted SA and harassment. But that is all I know of. Am I overreacting to a creepy coworker? I spoke with my husband and other coworker. They have differing opinions. I started working at my job a few months ago, and up until recently I hadn't seen this coworker who we'll call Twinkle Toes. He walks on his toes. Turns out, he was asked to work from home for the first few months I've been there, so he just came back to the office full time. He started to walk by my desk twice a day, which is nowhere near his. As he walks by, he stares at me like Hannibal Lecter would, and makes an occasional remark about me like, burning the midnight oil, huh? And the like. The staring is so unnerving. My red flag went up, and I had never even met him officially yet. I didn't know his name until way later after someone else told me. Last week, Twinkle Toes finally approached the desk while my coworker, who we'll call Amber, was there having a conversation with me. She and I share a workspace, and he went over to her side to be a part of the conversation with us, but he stared at me the whole time, never looking away, even when she spoke directly to him and he answered. Before I left, I made it very clear that I am married, and said, "Well, I'm going home to my sick husband, and we'll make him some of that soup that we talked about." Then I walked out. Amber texted me shortly after. Twinkle Toes just asked if you were single. She also mentioned in the text that he's never stopped to talk to her in the 2 years that they've worked there. I brushed the text off as him spacing out, but the following week he walked past staring several times, and no one from his department does this. I also left a few minutes later than normal that day, and as I headed down, he was in the middle of my path with no one else around, and just staring at me as I walked towards him. I said hi and waved. He said nothing back and wasn't moving out of the way. So before I ran into him, I turned to go back into the back offices. I waited a few minutes and then left through a different exit and took the long way to my car, looking over my shoulder to make sure that he didn't follow me. The next day was different, and I moved even further away to assist some employees temporarily. Twinkle Toes came to where I was and talked to the employees at my desk while staring at me, just as I walked around. I said hi and waved. "You want to be nice and quiet, kid, just in case." But he just stared. When he finally left, the other employees say that he's never been to their area to talk, and they assumed that he was just there to watch me. I totally freaked out and asked my supervisor what to do. Apparently, he has a history of fixating on women and going too far on the awkward scale with them, but has never done anything to physically harm anyone. I also go on a walk around our property for my lunch, and everyone in the office that I work closely with knows this. He mentioned to the other employees at the different desk that he will go on a walk around the time that he thinks I take my lunches. She told me if I see him out there, to not let him catch up to me. I spoke with my manager and requested a security escort me or watch me go to my car. My manager said that they'll have a discussion with him, but in the meantime I need to just leave earlier and ask if Amber can go out with me to my car, but he gave me the number for security just in case. I told my husband, and he thinks that I'm making the right call with security, but I might need to be more aggressive towards Twinkle Toes at work. My coworkers think I need to be nice to him to keep it from getting worse. I've never had a conversation with this guy. I don't know anything about him except his tendency to stare, be in parts of the building where I'm at that are totally out of his way, and ignore everything I say. Part of me thinks he's just really harmless, socially awkward, and doesn't know how to handle his emotions. But he stares like he wants to do something evil, and doesn't respond when I talk to him directly, which is so unnerving. How can I de-escalate the situation? I love my job, and I don't want to feel uneasy about where I am for 8 hours of the day, but I don't want to be a nuisance for security, or other employees either. Update. After all this happened and I spoke to my manager again, he stopped coming to my desk and following me to other areas, and has also stopped the staring if/when I run into him elsewhere. He's on the spectrum, as I have now found out, and the company is trying to work with him on his behavioral issues. I don't think that I was overreacting because I don't know him that well before, but now I have more information and it seems that he's moved on. I wish I didn't feel uncomfortable around him, because I think outside of his fixation on me that he's a nice person and means well. I'm taking the advice to be more assertive and standoffish, so I don't encourage anything inappropriate. And if he does walk past me, I don't wave or say hi. I'm not sure if I'm overreacting a little, but this was super creepy. This morning at about 3 a.m., my roommate and I, both young women, watched a man park at the end of our driveway and come up to our door. He was shining a flashlight around, looking up and down and all around our door. He then walked over to the neighboring house and got back in his car and drove away. We were absolutely terrified, and I'm trying to find any reasonable explanation other than a potential robbery or something worse. I believe that he saw our security camera and that's why he left, but I'm scared that he was just scoping it out and is going to come back. Just a strange encounter at a strange hour. This happened to me about 2 to 3 years ago. When I was 16, I used to work at a fast food restaurant, and I live in a place where we all have seasons. At this point in time, it was winter, so it got dark pretty early, around like 5 to 6 p.m. I was called to come into work this particular day, but the weather was kind of bad, causing us to not have any customers. As a result, we had to close the store early. It was about 5:30 p.m. when my manager left, locking the store and making me wait outside for my ride. About 20 minutes had passed since she left, and I was really cold, so I decided regrettably that I would walk to a friend's house just a few blocks away, about a 10-minute walk, and wait for my ride there. The store I work at was on a busy street that was near a residential neighborhood. As I walk away from the store, I started walking down the residential street behind the store. I was walking on the sidewalk to the left of the street, as there is only one sidewalk on the right side of the street. If I walked on the right sidewalk, I'd only walk on it for a block. Then I'd have to walk the rest of the way on the road. There were also woods on that side of the road. It was convenient as well, because on the left side of the street was my store, and there were no streetlights. I walked about 3/4 of the block when I got this feeling that I was being watched. The block was long, making it about the equivalent of 2 blocks. The neighborhood was really dark, and at this point, I had pretty much reached the end of the block and was getting ready to cross the street when I noticed a silhouette of someone walking on the right side of the road near the woods. About 5'9" to 5'10", looked maybe 180 to 200 pounds. I couldn't make out any features though. I'm the type of person who's very aware of their surroundings and slightly paranoid as I've been followed, almost kidnapped, stalked, etc. You get the gist. So when I noticed him, I stopped walking and immediately got a sick feeling in my stomach. The man then noticed me and proceeded to walk slowly and yell out to me. He says, "Yo, come here, I want to talk to you." I say back, "No, I'm good, I'm only 16. Then I turned around and started walking back to my store. He continues to yell things at me, trying to convince me to come to him. At this point, something in me told me to run, and I did just that. As I'm running, I know I shouldn't have, but I turned my head to see if he was actually chasing me, and to my horror, he was. So I turned up the speed and ran as fast as I could. Thankfully, as I reached the store, my ride had pulled up, so I ran to the car. As I tried to get in, the door was locked. It took about 20 seconds for them to unlock the car, which felt like hours. But eventually I got in and just broke down crying. Not gonna lie, I'm kind of out of shape, so my back was hurting from breathing so hard, and I was all frazzled. This was the first time that I was chased on foot, and let me tell you, it's so much more scary, surreal, and intense being chased on foot than someone chasing you by car. Still to this day, I have added trauma from this incident, and it makes it hard to go anywhere by myself, especially in the dark. I'm a 25-year-old female, and I got my first apartment about a year ago. When I moved in, I was nervous, but excited about the opportunity. A few weeks after moving in, I bought a puppy so I wouldn't feel so lonely. My key broke in my door, so I had to call maintenance to come and fix it and let me into my apartment. The maintenance guy was instantly obsessed with my dog, but my dog was immediately afraid of him. I passed it off as nothing since she was a puppy, and figured she might act that way around everyone new. A few weeks later, my dishwasher broke, so I called maintenance to come out again. I was working on crate training my dog, so I stated it was fine for them to come out while I was at work, since she would be in her crate, and at most might annoy them with mild barking. Upon arriving home from work, I found several places on my carpet where my dog had had an accident. I thought I must have missed it before I left for work. I took her outside to go for a walk, and the maintenance guy stopped me and informed me that he let my dog out while working on my dishwasher, informed me that I was starving her by keeping her locked up all day, and that I wasn't a good pet owner. He then stated that he could take better care of her. I was too shocked to say anything. I talked to my dog's vet, and the vet confirmed that I was doing everything right for crate training my puppy. For several weeks after this, the maintenance guy would always stop to attempt to pet my dog when he saw us. I started taking different routes for walks and began driving to a nearby park to avoid him. This was when I realized that my dog didn't react to any other stranger the way that she reacted to him, hiding behind me and aggressively barking. He also began making comments about my appearance. I mentioned the occurrences to my parents when they visited. My mom thought it might just be me overreacting to living alone for the first time. She walked my dog with me around the complex. The maintenance guy stopped again and proceeded to make a joke about stealing my dog. When we got home from the walk, my mom stated that we were going to buy video cameras for the apartment. After that, things seemed to calm down. When I had maintenance issues, a different guy would come out. My dog would still be uneasy, but wouldn't react aggressively. Today, I had a maintenance issue again, and the original maintenance guy came out. My dog again reacted aggressively. I held her to help her calm down, and she began to relax, but still remained on high alert. The maintenance guy mentioned that he noticed my family had recently visited and then proceeded to ask if they had left. He then started asking me if I was in school or working. I responded by saying that I was working. He then asked how much money I make. I began feeling very uncomfortable and laughed it off by stating that I didn't remember. He wouldn't accept this answer and kept pestering me. I responded by saying that I was bad with numbers. I'm an accountant. He then kept pestering me about how many hours I work, etc. My dog then began barking aggressively at him until he left. I honestly feel so creeped out right now. My lease is almost up. I'm moving to a different complex with a different management company, so I'm not sure if I should complain and risk them retaliating by holding my security deposit. I'm also nervous about filing a complaint and then living here for a few more weeks. I currently work the overnight shift for a major brand hotel. Like any other job I've had, most of the people I deal with are pretty normal and nice. Being the overnight shift, I get my fair share of weirdos too, of course. Although most of the weirdos don't make me nervous, and I don't have to consider calling the police. If you have a working credit card and an ID and don't seem like you'll be a problem, I'll rent a room to you. All money is green, right? I'm only mentioning this to highlight that it's rare for me to turn people away when we have availability. Last night at 3 a.m., I swear they always come out in the witching hour. I had a walk-in guest who was an exception to both of these things. I saw this guy come in on the camera, so I went out to the front desk to greet him. Right away, I noticed he has the craziest eyes I've ever seen in my life. This guy was staring at me in a way that I cannot possibly describe. I swear he didn't even blink. He gave me that real bad, unmistakable initial gut feeling. As he approached with his crazy eyes, he said, "Why are you so nervous? Why is everyone so nervous? What's going on?" At that point, my guard is way up, but I was still willing to rent him a room. I said no one is nervous and asked him if he needed a room. I asked him for his ID and credit card, and he hesitated in a way that made me think that he was going to pull a weapon out. Right away, I turned around and retreated to the back office and closed the door. I observed him in the camera for maybe a minute, and then decided to go out again. He hands me the ID and credit card, and as I'm putting in his reservation, he points at the table behind me and said, "Who to sign that?" Instantly, I knew he just wanted me to turn around and look at the table, so I would turn my back to him. Without glancing away, I told him to leave, and he points at a cop badge in his wallet and said something like, "Did you see this? Are you okay? Is everything okay here?" Acting fake concern like I was possibly being victimized by someone else at the hotel. I assumed that the badge was fake, but didn't care either way and told him he had to leave. Side note, I noticed while he was standing there that he had urinated himself. Yup, this fat, old weirdo had a huge wet spot on his groin. My pants were dry. Guess he was more nervous than me, huh? I go into the back office again and watch him on camera. He walks out slowly, says something to our guest that was setting out in the lobby, and then kind of lingers in the parking lot for a minute. That's when I called the police because he had already made me so nervous. After he left the hotel, he went to the hotel across the street and drove through their lot. Then he looped around again and drove past our building real slow looking in. My guests and I were nervous, and he suggested he might come back with a weapon. He waited for his DD in a separate location. Luckily, that's the climax of my story. The cops came within 5 minutes. They always come quick here, and he was arrested across the street for DUI. I got a bit of joy when I saw them putting his truck on the tow. Turns out, the guy is a retired chief of police, confirmed by me, after finding a couple of articles online linked to him. I told everyone at work to be on the lookout for him. Also, I forgot to mention that this weirdo called 911 on himself while I was on the phone with them. I was still on the line with dispatch at 911, was on the phone with the person at the station, and I heard someone say, someone from that area just called and said they were a retired cop who just scared some people at a hotel or something like that. This is the type of stuff we hear about on the countless murder documentaries on all of the streaming services. So this happened back around 2014 or 2015. I was about 19 to 20 years old. I was a scrawny thing at 4'10", not much weight or muscle to myself. We had just moved to this town. My family and I checked the crime rate. It was pretty low, and so we thought that it was a safe town. Boy, were we wrong. So this town was about 1,000 people or so, and we just moved here a few weeks prior. Nothing bad had happened. One cold winter day, my parents decided to let me walk to the little store in town. It was about 3 blocks away, so like a 5-minute walk. I didn't personally own a cell phone at this time, nor did I have pants pockets on my pants. I took my parents' phone and card to get whatever we needed at the store. I had the card in my hand, and it was visible. Bad mistake looking back on it. I walked up to the store without incident. Didn't see these boys on the way up to the store. Got what I needed and left the store pretty quickly, putting the card into the grocery bag. At this point, the sun was setting. It wasn't dark outside, but the sun was past the buildings in town. I get between the store and an abandoned building with a library almost at the end of the block. I see 3 young boys probably between middle to high school age. I knew I had to go that way to go home, so I was forced to walk past these boys. At first, I didn't have a bad feeling, and they weren't saying anything to me. I honestly don't think that they saw me at first. Anyway, as I was almost to the library, the boys passed me now. They're between the library and the store at this abandoned place. As soon as my back was to them, I got a very bad feeling. That's when I heard one of the boys say, "You." Yeah, you. I looked back, and they were headed my way again. I just ignored them and didn't answer. I heard footsteps, but it was a distance a ways. Then I heard them say again, "You. Yeah, you, come here." Again, I ignored them. This time, the footsteps got louder and faster as they were jogging. One last time they said to me, "You. Yeah, you, come here." But this time louder and a lot more aggressive. At this point, the footsteps were at a run now and almost right behind me. I looked back, and these 3 boys were almost on me, but not quite at arm's length. At this time, I got scared. I didn't have any weapons on me to defend myself. Nobody was on the road. I was all alone with these 3 boys. I didn't know what to do. So I gripped my parents' cell phone tighter, my other hand in a fist. I was ready to fight and use the phone as a weapon. As soon as these 3 boys were now within arm's length of me, an ambulance goes by. I remember looking at the guys in the ambulance. They were driving by really slow. They were looking at me, then looking at the 3 boys. I saw the passenger guy look at me and smile. Then they drove away. I looked back, and the 3 boys they had left and went away from me. I don't know why I didn't yell at the ambulance people for help. Maybe I was too shocked or scared. I called my family members, tell them what had happened, and asked if I could get a family member to come pick me up or meet up with me to finish walking me home. I don't remember what they said, but by the time the family member got out of the house, I was already home. Thankfully, they didn't follow me home either, but I was walking as fast as I could, gripping the phone tight and constantly looking over my shoulders, thinking the whole time, let me get home safe, or let a family member catch up to me. Thankfully, I didn't see them again after this incident. To this day, I do believe that the ambulance men saved my life. I had a really bad feeling about these boys. I think that they were going to rob me or worse. Also, being in a new town, I didn't really know my way around. I honestly kind of just ignored my gut feeling because I could have crossed over onto the street, but I didn't. Now I have good and better situational awareness, and I listen to my gut. It has never been wrong. My gut feeling has steered me in the right directions. This happened a while ago, back in late July/early August of 2022, at around 9 o'clock p.m., I think maybe slightly earlier. Me and my friend decided to take photos in the forest. Yeah, I know, dumb idea. Everything was going fine. Of course, slightly scary because, well, we're two girls in a forest and it's twilight. At around 9:40, my friend's mom calls her, saying that we should go back to her place because it's getting late. Understandable. We are going to her place. I ask her, can we take the shortcut out of the forest? And she says, all right. Our biggest mistake. While going through the shortcut, I see some guy in front of us. He was holding an axe in one hand and was wearing a horse mask. He was around 195 centimeters tall. He was slowly coming towards us. I take my friend's hand, because I'm thinking that we're all about to die. And I tell her, do not go there. There is a dude wearing a horse mask. She ignores me and continues walking towards him slowly. With no emotion, I take her hand and just force her to run to the longer exit from the forest. While running, I'm literally not hearing anything she's saying to me because I'm in a panic. While running, I see a random woman walking with two average-sized dogs. Yeah, I know I'm dumb for not warning her about the horse dude. So we finally escape the forest and are going to her place. While walking to her place, she's asking me a bunch of questions like what was that and stuff like that. And she also mentions hearing that the guy was running after us. So yeah, we go to her place and talk about what happened. To be honest, I wish that was the end of it, but it wasn't. In October of 2022, I'm casually browsing the Latvian news and see some articles about a dead person in the same forest that me and my friend were. Did we escape an axe murderer by a dude wearing a horse mask? I was 23, and I had a long-distance boyfriend. He would come and see me, and on this day we parked outside of a nature trail and fooled around in the car briefly before I exited. None of the vehicles in the lot appeared to be occupied, but I was wrong. I'm about to get out of the car and decide to grab my knife out of the bag before I start walking the trail. I normally wouldn't do that. I also decided to put a bigger t-shirt over my tank top. I said goodbye to my boyfriend and started down the trail. I wanted to walk before going home. This isn't a hidden trail. This is a populated area. If you run about a minute down the road from the trail entrance, you're outside of a business. As I'm walking, I start to sense that someone is behind me. I'm currently holding my knife in front of my body. I continue walking and finally look back to see a middle-aged man following me. As I pick up speed, he does as well. I tell myself I'm being paranoid. It's the middle of the day. How would he even do anything to me? Because he continues to follow and I see a bench coming up, I decide the best thing I can do is to hurry to the bench that is facing the trail and hold my knife out in front of me in an obvious way. I cannot express to you how shocked I was to see when I sat down and he saw my knife. He put an even larger knife into his pocket. I couldn't believe it. He saw the face I made, and he ran off immediately to an adjacent trail that was deeper into the wooded area. I got up and started running the main trail he had followed me down. When I got to the parking lot, there was one vehicle, a truck, running, with no one inside. I'm guessing this was his vehicle. I continued running until I was in the middle of town. I don't know what to make of this. Surely if he got me there, someone would have heard or seen it. Are people really that bold? I also think that he may have confused me for a worker because he may have seen me in the car. Thoughts? This happened to me around 2021 in India, around the COVID period where lockdowns were still very much effective. My dad used to live in another city, my brother was in college, and my mom had a government job, so she had to go to her office every day. So I was basically left alone from 10 a.m. to around 6 p.m. We used to live in an apartment unit, but it had 2 doors. One was the main door, and the other one was located in the biggest bedroom, basically my parents' room. The door was clearly locked with an actual lock from the outside, and it also had a metal sliding door, the one with the chain structure. I'm from India, so you can Google elevators to find out what I'm talking about. And it was also locked from the outside. We had a ring bell on the outside, but it was just connected to a small bulb in the bedroom. Sorry for this being so long, but you have to get the gist of the area. So one day around 12 p.m., I was in my room, which was basically adjacent to my parents' room, and I felt weird, so I just went to check their room. I went to the room to see the bulb blinking, i.e. someone was ringing the doorbell. My mom used to say to ignore it, because if it was someone we knew ringing it, they would know the real door. I stood there for a moment when the person started knocking really hard on the door, like it was straight up rattling. But the thing is, due to the metal gate in front of it, it would be very hard to put your hand inside to knock on the actual door. Even I couldn't put more than half of my palm in. I was also a teen back then, so I wasn't that big, and this man was straight up banging on it. I got scared and called my mom, who told me not to panic, but I was really weirded out. So I locked my parents' door with the lock that they had and went downstairs to chill in my brother's room. It was one of those days where my mom straight up wouldn't return till like 8 p.m. So I was alone for a really long time, and I was scared to even go upstairs. Around 6 p.m., our helper auntie came, and I was a little better than someone else was in the house. And during that time, I used to take private tuitions, and my teacher used to come around 7:30 p.m. So I felt better that I'd have people. Our main door had a big window just beside it, so whenever someone was at the door, we used to open the window to check who was there before opening it. But Auntie had the habit to open it without checking. Like, you memorize the timings of people, so you open it because you know that it'll be them kind of thing. Fortunately that day, when the doorbell rang, she opened the window, and then she came to my brother's room to tell me that I had a cake delivery. Thing was, I didn't, obviously. So I went out to check through the window. There was a man with a cap hiding his face holding a very small box. Now, a cake box is very square and big, right? Even a pound cake has a big box. And in India, we have a very small sweet box. So imagine a 100-gram sweet box being called a cake box. And I asked him who was the delivery for. He didn't give my name, not even of the company, just told me that it was for our flat. I called my mom and asked if she had made the delivery, and she didn't know what I was talking about. So the dude was just like, accept the box and open the door. And by a miracle, my teacher walked up the stairs and asked what was happening. The dude saw my teacher and ran up the stairs. We lived on the first floor, and we let our teacher enter. Later, when my mom inquired about a delivery guy coming to our flat with our security guard, he said he wasn't there at his post for around a half an hour when it happened. And we didn't have any CCTVs in our building, so no one saw him. It wasn't that scary maybe, but it did shake me up, and I did ask my mom to at least come quickly from her office on the next day. And I didn't stay upstairs when I was home alone anymore.
My boyfriend went camping with friends once before we met.
His friends went to bed one by one, and he was the last one at the fire, waiting for it to die down while he finished a beer. Said he got the distinct feeling that someone was watching him, and he's an avid camper, so he said it really struck him as odd that he was feeling nervous. Anyway, it was enough to make him put out the fire and go to sleep in his car with the doors locked. So he falls asleep in the middle of the night, hears a big noise that wakes him up. He wasn't sure what it was because he had been sleeping and doesn't hear anything else. He thought that maybe he dreamt it, but it's still pitch black out, so he stays in the car and goes back to sleep. The next morning he wakes up, and the first thing he sees is a big handprint on his passenger side window, like someone had smacked the glass. His friends swear it wasn't them, and I believe them. They're not the type to prank each other like that. Still freaks me out, and I think about it sometimes when I camp now. I went solo backpacking near Skinwalker Ranch and nearly got abducted by aliens. I woke up in the middle of the night to a beam of light directly over my tent. I thought someone might be standing over my tent with a headlamp on, but there was no sound and no response to my hellos. I finally got the courage to open the window, but nobody was there. But the light was still shining down in a perfect beam. So I got my knife and bear spray and was ready to give E.T. the good old welcome to Earth. When I got out of the tent and looked up, it was the moon. The full moon had come out from behind the mountains, under the cover of the clouds, and the clouds had finally parted. But it definitely scared the heck out of me. I was sitting by my fire on a solo trip one night, sipping a little too much whiskey. I keep hearing leaves crinkle behind me. I convince myself that it's just the fire. For a bit. Until it gets close enough that I know darn well that it's something trying to eat me. I set my flask down, hatchet in one hand, flashlight in the other, and I stand up and turn as quickly and gracefully as I can. My light lands on the hideous monster that wanted to eat me. Only it's no monster, just a deer. Admittedly, he was quite close. The deer immediately turns and runs off towards his two friends, who I am convinced were laughing. I assume that they were playing the classic reindeer game of who can get the closest to the human without getting caught. I also had a similar story where I was backcountry camping by myself. I had just settled in my tent and turned off my lantern when I realized there was a light show going on outside all around my tent. It was glowing, and the lights were flickering all over the place. It wasn't the moon, more like a lightning show without lightning, or a disco. I had no clue what was going on outside, either aliens or a forest poltergeist. I was scared, but I opened the zipper a bit and peeked out, and it was fireflies. The whole clearing where I was camping was lit up full of fireflies. I've never seen so many, and it was quite pretty. I just never noticed them until I turned my lantern off. I was camping in the Linville Gorge for the first time and was down a dead-end trail beside the river. I was in my hammock with a bug net and tarp. About 1:30 in the morning, my entire hammock lit up brighter than the sun for about 3 or 4 seconds, but it felt like forever. I was sure that I was going to get abducted by aliens. Then it stopped, and I never heard anything. I was too scared to look outside, so I just stayed still and eventually went back to sleep. Last year, my family and I went camping in Little Naucus here in Washington. It was during that really bad fire up by Bumping Lake. Anyways, one day during the dead of night, my girlfriend and I start hearing a loud clanking noise, as if someone was slamming very thick sticks against trees. We hear it repeatedly in one direction for a while, maybe intervals of 10 at a time. Then it goes quiet for a few minutes. Then we would hear it in another direction outside of the camp, once even coming from the direction of a smallish hill that we were camping next to. It kept coming from different directions all night. It always sounded as if the noise was coming from about 25 yards outside of the camp, give or take. We ended up falling asleep, and the next day everybody said that they were hearing it as well. A family friend even left his tent that night to investigate, but couldn't find anything or hear anyone. He thought he was just tripping out, because it was his first time camping. Anyways, the noises were of course accompanied by twigs snapping on the ground. We couldn't find any animal footprints the next day. No scratches on trees from an antler or bear claws. Just my grandmother telling us that my little brother actually started sleepwalking towards one corner of the tent, to which he explained that he thought that my grandma was outside of the tent calling him in his dream. My grandmother found a small pennant of an angel outside her tent that next morning. Could have been something random that an earlier camper had dropped, but it just made the story that much more weird. I was on a 4-day canoe trip down a river in Victoria, Australia, and on the third night, we set up camp in a camping area that is really only accessible by water. While searching for firewood, one girl and I smell something terrible, definitely something large and dead. We keep going down a little game trail and found a mound of branches and sticks. The smell is also strong now, so strong that we didn't even know the direction it's coming from. I kind of peer into this mysterious mound, and we push the few top branches off, giving ourselves the creep, imagining as if this is where the smell's from. We uncover nothing and make our way back to camp and tell the other girls that we assume there is a dead kangaroo up further. That night we toast marshmallows and head to our tents late. A few hours later, I'm awoken by weird coughing sounds and heavy, fast running through our camp between our tents. It's so frantic, but so purposeful. Now, the smell of earlier is definitely a murdered canoeer, and we're next because we have stumbled into this psycho's territory, and we don't even know how to leave other than by water. I figure I'd rather die first than be chased through the brush, wondering if my friends are alive. So I grab my head torch and slowly unzip the tent. Nothing. No sounds at all. This guy must be right next to the tent now and ready to pounce. The girls that I'm with are heavy sleepers, so they won't even hear the struggle. I turn on my light, and I'm surrounded by dozens of eyes littered around the camp. Eyes eating our marshmallows. Possums. Huge brush-tail possums having a turf war in the middle of our tents. The 3 girls that I was with never heard a thing. I was in Sequoia with 3 friends a couple of years ago. We had set up camp, made a fire, and were just hanging out as it got dark. It was the first night, and we were only about 8 miles from the trailhead. I'm not sure why I did it, but I had my headlamp on and swung the beam through the woods uphill from us. There was a guy just sitting there in the dark with his pack. Alone, no lights. I was a little weirded out, but figured maybe he was just waiting for someone. I ignored it and didn't let my light linger on him or say anything. 30 minutes later, I checked again and he was still there. At that point, I told my friends, and not knowing if he had seen us hide our bear cans, he sneakily relocated our food without using lights. When we checked again 10 minutes later, we couldn't find him. Luckily, we didn't see or hear from him again, but the fact that he was sitting above our camp with a good view of everything and no lights to give away his location just gave me a bad feeling. I'm sure it was nothing, but it was definitely a little bit hard to sleep that night. A long time ago, I did a 6-day hike through the Shenandoah, Virginia part of the Appalachian Trail, from Front Royal to Big Meadows. Now, this was the first time I had ever hiked. Not only was I an amateur, but I was completely naive. My hero at the time was a man who walked from the middle of the Congo Basin out to the Western Ocean in Africa. He hiked it in sandals, so I hiked in sandals. So I was very green to everything about the Appalachian Trail. I was along a ridgeline walking where the path was really thin and covered by grass about a foot high on both sides. I'm in my own thoughts, and I see this hiker coming the other way. He was about 6'2" and lean with thick curly brown hair. I'm a big guy, 6'1" and 250 pounds. He saw me coming the other way and stepped off the trail. He said, "Go ahead, jerk." He said it so oddly with a blank face, like it was a casual thing. I went past him completely weirded out. Needless to say, I was weirded out for a while. So 2 days later, I came across a designated campsite with a constructed platform lean-to. I was so tired with my feet bandaged and raw. It was still around 4, so I was debating whether or not to keep going when 2 women came into the camp. They were of the good-looking granola variety. They looked happy and tired. They said that they might stay there, so staying at that campsite was looking better. About 20 minutes later, that same weird guy walked into camp and started to unpack. It looks like they knew each other. I was bummed out. I did not want to be in camp with this guy. I started to pack up. The 2 girls were heating up dinner, their potable stoves firing. As I was leaving, the guy takes out his dish, goes up to one of the women, shakes the dish in her face and says, "Jerk, make me dinner." That's when I left. I thought it was some kind of weird joke, so I continued hiking until dark and ended up making camp off the trail in the brush. So 2 days later, I was at another campsite. I got there early, so as a friendly gesture, I made a campfire. Everyone who camped there was friendly. Just before dark, to my surprise, the 2 girls showed up. I asked if their friend was with them and they asked who. I said the tall guy. They began to explain that they did not know him and they had never seen him before. They just had this feeling of being weirded out. They cooked some food for him and then they left with mace in hand. I felt like I missed my chance to be gallant or something. But mostly, we all had the feeling of being weirded out. Kind of like we avoided a serial killer or something. I was camping in the White Mountains of New Hampshire with my wife. Late in the night, something ran into the side of our tent. Made a noise but no real damage. We went back to sleep. The next morning, outside of the door of the tent were neatly laid a vole, 3 mice, and 1 squirrel, all dead. That was creepy. Someone once told me that cats will sometimes do that in the wild, leave presents for humans, especially if they had once been domesticated. But whatever it was, we packed up and hightailed it out of there. This happened in Utah. Be one of the 3 adults with 3 teens. Long hike goes into the night. We didn't make the planned location. We stopped for the night around 11 p.m., eat, and then go to bed. We wake up at 3 a.m. after a dream of a creature looking down upon us from the hill, then charging at camp. I bolt awake, see the other two adults sitting upright in bed. Did you just have a dream? All three of us had the same dream. We noticed that we were in a round clearing with a mound in the middle soaked moonlight. We wake up the kids, pack, and get the heck out of there. We had hiked in about 10 miles to go trout fishing, finished for the day, had supper, and the four of us were in a tent for the night. At about 3 a.m., one of the guys woke us up. There was a sniffing / something moving around the camp. It finally started sniffing and snuffling and pushing against the tent door. I mean, really trying to get in. Nose outline pushed into the fabric. They all thought it was a bear. I was tasked with pointing my pistol at the door, while one of the other guys unzipped it a little bit and rolled away so we could see what the creature was. It poked its nose through the tent door. Everyone screamed, "Shoot it! Shoot it!" I was safety off, trigger halfway pulled, when I realized that it was a coon dog nose poking through the door. It was just lost and spent the rest of the night in the tent with us, and was our best dog buddy for the next several days. My boyfriend, our dog, and I were camping in Beaver, Utah. I'm usually a heavy sleeper, but when it comes to being out in the woods, I'm not. My boyfriend is the opposite. Once the sun was setting, it was getting freezing cold. My dog went into my sleeping bag and cuddled me, making the night so perfect. Until, I think, around 2 a.m., I woke up to some sounds. Trying to brush it off and fall asleep, I hear it louder and closer. I start freaking out, and my boyfriend is well asleep. The sounds were like coyotes or wolves maybe. In my head at the time, I would convince myself that it was a pack of wolves, because I assumed the worst, and at the time, didn't know the difference in what they sound like. They kept on howling and crying, from all sides of the camp, getting closer and closer. Finally, my boyfriend wakes up, and he brushes it off saying, "Oh, it's fine, we're safe." Well, I didn't feel safe. At one point, they were so close, they were freaking out my dog, and she started barking. And I didn't know whether that would help or make it worse, so I tried shushing her a bit. They ended up being so close to camp, I could hear them walking around, twigs snapping. I slept terribly. I was trembling. My dog was trembling, and my boyfriend was sleeping peacefully. Still to this day, I don't know if it was coyotes or wolves, but we lived. It was a beautiful spot though. Would love to camp there again. Maybe bring a wildlife cam and something to put me in a deep sleep. A half hour from my house in the state forest, there are backpacking shelters that you can rent. It's like a single group campsite with a crude cabin with no door, a fire ring, and a single pit toilet outhouse. They're in the middle of nowhere, several miles apart. Not like a campground at all. Very secluded. There are 5 sites on a 32-mile trail. About 15 to 20 years ago, my parents' friends were staying out there partying for a few days. We hiked out there for a day trip to visit. I was a kid, maybe 12 or so. I was hiking the trails around the campsite with my dog. I heard a very distinct cry for help. "Help me," really loud, plain as day. It was a soft, higher-pitched voice, either a woman or an older child. I didn't hesitate. I started running towards the voice with my dog. Bad idea. Should have grabbed an adult. My dog was acting weird as we searched for a half hour and came up empty. Nothing. Nobody out there. She seemed reluctant to continue further, and we turned around. I told my parents and the other adults at camp. They just kind of laughed it off. I was distraught for the rest of the day. Fast forward a couple of decades later to last year. I'm solo backpacking, which I do a lot. I decided to rent that very same spot for myself. It was my halfway destination and place to sleep on a 15-mile round trip. Things were going good. I made camp and fired up the single burner stove. It was dark. Almost time for bed. I was enjoying my delicious ramen noodles. This uneasy feeling came over me. A feeling I've never really had before and can't fully describe. My body tensed up. I got cold. My hair stood up on the back of my neck. Right then and there, I suddenly needed to leave. I don't know why, just had to. I didn't have time to properly pack. I started stuffing my gear into my backpack. Then my LED headlamp with relatively fresh, or so I thought, batteries died. There's absolutely no moon. It's dark. Very dark. I pulled a tiny 50 lumen Streamlight style pen light from my pocket and finished packing. I had a large heavy-duty contractor garbage bag that I always kept packed away to use for a makeshift rain poncho. I finished stuffing my tent and sleeping bag in the garbage bag. I hustled out of the woods with my poorly organized pack on my back and my garbage bag of belongings over my shoulder. The strange thing about my story was it wasn't quiet in the woods when things got weird. I could hear a pack of coyotes yipping and going nuts in the distance when I was hiking out, but nothing else really. Here I am, a grown man who considers himself proficient outdoorsman, sprinting out of the woods. For what? From what? The dark? As a legal permit holder, I always carry a sidearm when doing long solo trips in the woods or hunting. People say with a good holster, you forget the things on ya. Well, I was definitely very aware of the sidearm on my way out. I made it to my car in serious record time. I loaded up and sped off. It took me a while to shake the feeling. On the way back, I did get lost, but Google Maps helped me backtrack to the fork in the trail. I completely, 100% forgot about the voice calling for help incident at that very spot a decade or so earlier. Then it hit me once I got home and unpacked in the middle of the night. I remembered that voice, looking for that person screaming for help. Me and my dog. I got knots in my stomach. For reasons I can't explain, it all kind of started to make sense to me, like there was some sort of correlation. I don't venture into that area anymore unless I'm with other people. Something strange is or was out there, or something really bad happened there in the past. I know that this story isn't that crazy, but most of the real ones aren't. I looked online into missing persons or whatever, and didn't come up with anything significant. There have been a couple of murders, but those predated my experience by 10 plus years. And although they were in the same state land, they were not what I'd consider nearby. Perhaps something was attempting to lure me as a kid. That same thing was enough to tip me off as an adult. Maybe I was just a dumb kid with an active imagination. Maybe as an adult, the stress of life got to me, as I was left with my thoughts in the wilderness and I had a panic attack. But honestly, who really knows? Camping at La Wiswis Campground in Washington. There was a nearby party at a different site. No biggie. My friend and I, who are both women, were drinking and smoking weed, minding our own business. We had a trail running next to our site that led to another site tucked back a bit. A family with an infant was staying there. Great people, and they walked through a few times, so any movement going through the night, I just assumed it was them. I slept in a hammock roughly 6 feet off the ground, wrapped in a bunch of blankets.
Early morning, I wake up to the sound of leaves crunching while someone slowly approached me and stood over for a few moments. Then they slowly walked away. I had the worst feeling in the pit of my stomach. I quickly unwrapped myself to find a teen/young adult leaning over my friend in her hammock. He was reaching for something on her when she woke up and started to yell for him to get out of there. He was like, "Oh, I was just looking at your campsite." Turns out he was reaching for her knife on her belt. Mind you, we had all of our gear, Bluetooth speakers, weed, beer, and electronics, on the camp table. Bad idea. But this guy didn't care about any of that. Just wanted our knife. It was like 5 a.m., and I wasn't going back to sleep, so we left. As we're driving out of the campground, we see this same kid. He smiles and waves at us. I haven't felt safe while camping since, and will only camp if I have a guy with me. I was 12, camping with my family in New Jersey. I took our dog for a long walk around the campground perimeter, and there was farmland next door. Well, there was old barbed wire under the grass that must have been from the farm, and sure enough, I stepped into it halfway up my calf. I was yelling for help and crying from the pain. I told my dog to go get Dad, and off he went. Then, gunshots. I looked and saw the farmer far away running across the field with a rifle, and every few feet he stopped and took a shot at me. I was trapped. Couldn't move. Couldn't lay down. Then sure enough, my dog arrives with like 15 people. He must have really made it clear. They got me free, but when I looked up, there was no farmer, and no one heard the shots. Not my story, but a close friend's. They were camping as a family, a mom, a dad, and 2 small girls in Washington State. They hiked up into the mountains for like 10 miles before setting up camp. Everything was great until about a half an hour after dark. They heard someone coming up the trail. No lights, just walking steps. The footsteps stopped outside their tent. My friend's spouse unzipped the tent to see who it was. There was a nearly naked man with wild hair and a huge beard standing outside staring at him. "Zip in the stats" is the only thing he said to them. My friend starts freaking out. Why is a nearly naked man trying to get them to zip stats? What stats exactly? How does one zip a stat? It was too far to hike back to the car in the dark, so they zipped up the tent and basically stayed awake all night while the man sat near their fire pit. At first light, they repacked and hiked back to their car. The man followed them most of the way. They didn't see him do any drugs, and he had nowhere to keep his stash since they only seen a fancy loincloth. About halfway to the car, he disappeared behind them on the trail. They hoped that they could put the incident in the past and forget about it, and they almost could, until they got to their car and saw that someone had written in car soap or chalk, "Zip in the stats," on every window of their car. I went car camping with my 6-year-old on a private campground last year. I've camped a million times, but this was the first time I had taken her by myself. That night, we settled in after a good day on the river. The moon was nearly full, and you could see so clearly. There was no need for a flashlight, and we were in a pretty open clearing. She fell asleep almost immediately, but for some reason I was extremely on edge and couldn't sleep. I felt like something was watching us, but I chalked it up to being alone with my small child. After a few hours of struggling to calm my nerves, she wakes up needing to use the bathroom.
Now, I'm thinking I really do not want to get out of this car, but I put my brave face on and we step out of the SUV. She was totally fine, but as soon as we step into the moonlight, this child screams at the top of her lungs, "What is that?" while literally crawling up onto my back. The sense of dread hit me, and I'm looking all around not seeing a thing. I'm asking, "Where? What do you see? I'm not seeing it." Trying to keep her calm, but she's screaming, "Right there. What is that? Right there." As if it's directly in front of us and I'm blind. I scoop her up and run to the safety of the bathrooms because I truly believe that she saw something that I couldn't see. My heart is racing and I'm asking what she saw. She keeps saying she doesn't know what it was and can't describe it to me. We do our business and I look out not seeing anything. I pick her up and get us back in the car where she immediately falls back asleep, and I do not get a wink until morning. Needless to say, we did not stay another night, but it was hands down the most scary experience I've had while camping. I don't know what she saw, but I had never seen her react like that to anything in her life. In 2020, my mom, a female in her 60s, and I, a female in my 30s, decided to go on an overnight camping trip together on the Oregon coast. I picked what looked like a pretty campsite from a campsite app, and off we went. When we get there, we realized it was right off the highway, but there were enough trees and a fence up front that you couldn't really see the road. But the gate was just a metal gate that swung into place, no locks. There was a house on either side, but the property was fenced in on both sides. We pitched the tent pretty far back, close to the woods on the back of the property. The closest house was about 100 yards away, and the highway was about 200 yards. But again, it was all mostly fenced in and surrounded by tall firs. It was a lovely sight, and my mom raved about how beautiful and peaceful it was. I will say that I got a feeling of dread as soon as we walked onto the property. But we arrived late, and I didn't know if we'd be able to get a new spot quickly. My mom could tell that I was nervous, but for some reason I put her enjoyment of the beauty and of the campsite over my feeling of dread. We made a nice campfire and enjoyed some hot chocolate as we watched the fire. I kept an eye out and didn't see or hear anything odd. If I remember correctly, my mom went to bed before I did and stayed up and watched the fire for a long time before going to bed. Finally, I tucked in, very exhausted from staying up. At about 2 a.m., I awoke to twigs snapping and what sounded like someone dragging their fingers on the side of the tent, up to the front. I sat up and grabbed up my phone and the only weapon I had, a large flashlight, and unzipped my sleeping bag in case I needed to fight anyone. There was a full moon that night, and I couldn't tell if it was a person's shadow falling on the tent, or if it was a tree branch shadow moving from the wind. It sounded like there were two people outside trying to be quiet. We had brought our boots inside, so there was no indicator of who was in the tent. It felt like they were trying to gauge the tent while I was listening for where they were. I had made sure to make enough noise so that they knew that someone inside was alert, but no more than that. If they know someone is awake, they can't surprise us. But they also don't know who is inside and whether or not we have guns. I sat there in the dark until dawn. My mom slept through the whole thing. When we got up and out of the tent, small things had been moved. Our camp chairs had cup holders. One cup that had been in a cup holder was on the ground. A pen that had been in a cup holder was also on the ground. My mom raves about how good her sleep was and how refreshing it was to camp there. So I didn't want to burst her bubble or scare her. We packed up and I didn't tell her, but I let her have a nice memory of deep rest and relaxation while camping on this beautiful property. Was it someone living in the woods? Someone walking down the highway in the middle of the night? Creepy neighbors? Who knows? My mom got a great experience, and I got a refund and a fear of camping. The property owner said that they might set up cameras to keep an eye on things in the future. People scare me more than anything else that could be out there. Anyway, listen to your gut. We should have found another campsite. Or at least a hotel. So I've been sitting on this experience a while. I guess just not wanting to make a big deal out of nothing. But after reading some of the stories here and on other related subs, I would really like an answer to what I experienced. Back in about March of this year, I went camping with a friend, my boyfriend, and 3 dogs. My friend slept in his tent with his dog, and I slept in my tent with my 2 dogs and my boyfriend. My friend's tent was about 30 feet away from ours, and we were camping in the North Georgia mountains off an old Forest Service road. We were right next to a creek. For context, I'm an experienced backpacker, and am familiar with the usual nighttime sounds like rustling in the leaves, sticks breaking, cicadas, etc. I have a lot of experience camping by myself, so it's rare that I get spooked out by anything other than humans nearby, as I'm aware of the dangers of traveling solo as a woman. However, this particular night, I wake up in the middle of the night with a sense of absolute dread that I've never had before. I check my phone, and it's about 3:30 to 4 a.m. I really had to use the bathroom, and was debating on whether I wanted to try to put on my hiking boots and venture outside, or just try and hold it until daylight. I didn't want to wake up the dogs, because if they heard me putting on my boots, they'd likely want to go outside to go to the bathroom as well. I'm still in the tent. That's when I notice it. It's almost like a hum, but not in the pleasant way where it's a tune or anything like that. It's a low-pitched hum that was reverberating throughout the campsite and forest, and through my body. It had 2 tones. It started with a relatively higher pitch, and would switch to the relatively lower pitch after a period of time. Then it would start over without a break in the sound at all. It wasn't soft either. It felt like it was covering the entire wooded area that we were in. It didn't sound like an animal, a person, a machine, or anything that I've ever heard before. At this point, I absolutely couldn't hold off on the bathroom trip any longer. I quickly put on my hiking boots and quietly tell the dogs to stay put. My boyfriend is still sleeping. I unzip the tent and go outside, and the entire campsite was covered in this spooky fog. But it felt like it was my vision that was foggy, not the actual air. I couldn't see a thing. The 2-tone humming then got louder. I do my business maybe 5 feet from the tent. Sorry, but there was no way that I was venturing any further than that. And quickly nope the heck back into my tent and bury myself into my sleeping bag with a sweatshirt over my head to try and drown out/ignore the humming. The dogs raise their heads and growl a few times throughout this experience, but that isn't unusual for them when camping. I never saw any figures or lights in the woods, but I was also not looking for them and was trying to ignore the entire experience. Does anyone know what this humming could have been? My brother is 2 years older than me, and we've probably spent 10,000 hours and then some in the woods together. Whether it was building forts/BMX tracks to LARPing and hunting, we've traveled across the US exploring caves, canyons, cliff diving, mountain biking, camping, hunting whitetail mule deer, wild boar, etc. since 2016 when we get the time off. I feel like adding this is important because there's genuinely nothing I wouldn't do or fear when I have him by my side. But this time was different, and we both felt it. We've had our fair share of adventures and stories to tell of all sorts, but this one has felt like a lingering stain on my memory. We were both in our mid-20s, and it was 2019, and this was probably my 5th time hunting the area, and the first I brought my brother along. It's a large forest area of public land that has a few county roads, which are basically 2 tracks that stretch miles throughout the area. We make the trip up in my truck with our tents, 3 in total, 1 for each of us and another to change in and keep our gear in. Without making this long-winded, we set up camp a couple of miles from the truck, which we drove for quite a few miles through the trails. Basically the middle of nowhere. The nearest main road is probably 8 to 10 miles away. We arrived late in the night, set up camp, and quickly fell asleep after a long trip. We then spent the next day scouting/tracking, then made back to camp for the night. We cooked and then ate, had some beers, and we just messed around. The night was still early, but we had a long day and decided to head off for the night. Everything up until this point was normal. I was suddenly awoken to something smacking my tent and hearing my brother's voice call my name. I knew something was off. I called back to him, and he immediately unzipped my tent and made his way inside. I could tell that he was disturbed when I went to ask him what was wrong, and he immediately grabbed my shoulder and told me to shush. The sun wasn't up yet, so I think it was around 4:30 to 5-ish a.m. We sat in my tent, and what we heard still confuses me to this day. I can only explain it as whale sounds, different tones of extremely loud noise that I could feel throughout my body. It would come and go, but there would only be a few seconds of silence in between the sounds. It would vary from high-pitched squeals and everything in between to very low sounds that had literal ground-shaking reverb. I regrettably didn't think to grab my phone or record anything, because what I was hearing didn't seem real, and in the moment I was awestruck. The sound went on until daylight started to break. I believe it was about an hour, but I'm not really sure. Neither of us spoke, and at the time it felt like I could feel the energy around me, almost like my body was covered in white noise, if that makes any sense. It wasn't even minutes after the sound stopped. It started to rain, and one of the craziest thunderstorms while I was camping happened. The forecast didn't predict or account for any rain the days that we were going to be there prior to making the trip. All the stakes for the tent and our gear was completely ripped out of the ground, and both of our tents had multiple stakes ripped out as well. Those things we drove into the ground with an axe, and would take some insane force to unearth even a single one. My brother dismisses it, and won't even talk to me about it, saying it was just machinery being dragged. But at the time, we both shared the same feeling of fear and dread. It just seems odd. It was still the middle of the night, and we were so far removed from any nearby communities or industry to hear and experience this occurrence. This was about 5 years ago. Me, my mom, and my dad were camping at Mary Jane Thurston State Park, just outside of Grand Rapids, Ohio. It was around the end of August / the beginning of September. Our campsite was in the front part of the campgrounds. Leading up to the 2 separate incidents, we occasionally heard what we thought could have been a bird, or some kind of screaming or screeching up in the trees. Or at least it sounded like it was coming from the top of the trees. We'd hear it almost every night, but in a different location. We'd hear it in the trees behind us one night. Then the next night, it would come from the other end of the campgrounds. Then the night after, we'd hear it from across the road. I've listened to the sounds of different animals, including owls, to see if that was the noise we heard, but nothing is even close. Occasionally, we'd hear what sounded like branches being snapped, but thought nothing of it. I had my own tent, and that detail is somewhat important as it factors into the second incident. The first incident, my dad woke up in the middle of the night to what sounded like someone was rummaging through the ice chest, which was setting between our tents. He said he then heard whoever or whatever it was shut the cooler and walk away. He told my mom about it the next day. The odd thing was that nothing was missing from the cooler. The second incident happened right after the first one. I had a small little TV and my game console in my tent. I was watching a movie when I hear something approaching our campsite. Whatever it is went through the cooler again. I could hear the ice moving around as it was rummaging through the cooler. I was as still and as quiet as possible. But whoever, or I should say whatever it was, knew I was awake because I decided to put its massive hand on the side of my tent and push it in. I was frozen with fear and didn't know what to do. It felt like forever, but was only about 20 seconds before it took its hand from my tent and walked away. I didn't even think about looking for tracks the next day. We don't have bears in this part of Ohio, so I definitely know that it wasn't a bear. This thing didn't take anything from the ice chest, despite going through it twice. I know when it put its hand on my tent and pushed it in a little, I was frozen with fear. We know it wasn't some homeless person or anyone else, because there was maybe 5 campsites that had anyone, and they were in the back part of the campground. In May of 2009, I had just broken up with my girlfriend of almost 3 years. We had moved from Calgary to Toronto, and we were still stuck living together after the breakup, as we didn't know many people in the city yet. Needless to say, the situation was pretty stressful and upsetting. So when a buddy I was going to school with at the time suggested a weekend camping/fishing trip, I jumped at the chance. He grew up in an area about an hour outside of Toronto called Flamborough. It's really beautiful. Loads of lush forests, farmers' fields, and small rivers and creeks. We decided to camp and fish along a creek called Grindstone Creek. It's close to some wetlands and the fishing is supposed to be great. We ended up setting up our camp in what was probably a farmer's field. I'm guessing it was trespassing on our part, bordered by a gorgeous forest. We spent the evening fishing, shooting the crap, and drinking some quality craft beers. As it got darker, we made a little fire and roasted potatoes and hot dogs. All in all, it was a really good night. We turned in just after midnight. We shared a tent. My buddy fell asleep before me, and I stayed up playing on my phone until probably 1:30. I must have drifted off, because the next thing I remember was being woken up by a high-pitched yipping type noise. I was kind of groggy, and it took me a moment to fully wake up. The yipping was incessant, and it sounded like a weird coyote. I laid there for a moment listening, and then started playing on my phone again. The noise was annoying. I tried ignoring it, but it sounded like it was getting closer. Finally, it sounded like it had to be no more than 10 feet from the tent. At this point, I was getting a little unsettled. I had seen coyotes in Calgary before, and I thought of them as pretty harmless. They never looked much bigger than a smallish dog. But what if this one was rabid or something? What if it could smell our food? I have a pretty bad anxiety disorder, so I'm prone to worrying about these types of things. I nudged my buddy to see if he was awake, and he was. The noise woke him up too. We discussed what to do about the coyote, as we hadn't brought anything to scare off critters. Not a BB gun, nothing. Finally, he decided he would shine the flashlight on it and holler a lot, hopefully scaring him off. He unzipped the tent, and I watched him pointing the flashlight out into the darkness. I'll never forget what happened next. His legs suddenly went all wobbly, and he sort of stumbled backwards into the tent. He had a really dumbfounded look on his face when he looked at me and babbled. "It's not a coyote, dude. It's a dude. Some weird dude." Normally, I would have thought he was messing with me. I'm a huge wimp and scare easily. I won't even watch horror movies. But I've never seen someone look that scared. And I never want to see that expression on someone's face again. so I knew that he wasn't pulling my leg. The weird yipping and howling noises were still going on, and in retrospect, it really didn't sound like a coyote. But I guess in our groggy states, it was a way for our brains to make sense of it. Anyways, he kept telling me to just look out the tent flap to make sure that he's not crazy. At this point, I was having a full-blown anxiety attack. My heart was racing. I felt like crap, but I had to look. So I slowly peeked out the flap and waited for my eyes to adjust. And that's when I saw him. He was standing only a few arms lengths away from the tent. He was swaying a little and wearing a baseball cap. What made it awful, though, what was really creepy, was that he was wearing women's lingerie. That's when I knew that there was most likely something very wrong with this guy, if the making high-pitched noises at a stranger's tent in the middle of the night didn't give it away. After I pulled my head back inside the tent, my buddy and I discussed what to do. Finally, we decided to yell at the guy to leave us alone. My buddy started yelling, "Excuse me, can you leave us alone? We're trying to sleep in here." The noise stopped. It was dead silent, and that's when we heard footsteps running towards our tent. They stopped right outside the tent, but we didn't waste any time. We started yelling again. "Seriously, leave us alone. We have cell phones in here. If you don't leave us alone, we're going to call the cops." With that, we heard him walk by the tent and head off. Sounded like he was moving towards the road. Needless to say, we laid awake, petrified until the first signs of sunlight. Then we hightailed it the heck out of there. We discussed our experience on the way home, and we're both pretty embarrassed about how scared we got. It definitely was not manly on either of our parts. I think because we were both ashamed of how we let some weirdo freak us out so much. We haven't ever talked about it since that day. So there you go. There's my weird story. I'll always wonder what the heck that guy was doing out there, or what was wrong with him. Sometimes I wonder if things could have turned out differently if we were a couple of girls. I'm not saying that he was some serial killer, but it seemed like he was testing who was in the tent. I guess I'll never know. And for that, I'm kind of glad. I always wanted to try the car life thing after watching so many YouTubers who live in their cars and travel around the country. I lived in Fort Lauderdale for 5 years and thought I would be stuck there, and that was it. Then the pandemic hit, and when I checked my bank account, I was back paid thousands of dollars. Before I know it, I'm packing up all of my stuff, and the landlord said that I could leave all my furniture and that was fine. Now I'm on 95 heading north, laughing, and actually leaving and couldn't believe it. I managed to get a hang of the whole car life thing and became more comfortable stealth parking in different places and not being detected. I had not done any off-grid stuff yet, but was more comfortable by the time I reached Lake Tahoe. I was hiking and asked some guy with his dog, he was a local, if he knew where I could find a place to sleep in my car because Tahoe seemed tricky. He said that there was a place right up in the mountain called Hope Valley. It sounded good, so off I went. Lake Tahoe is already very high in altitude, so this was a few thousand feet higher than that. It was this past July. As I reached the area, I saw a small parking lot that was an entrance to a wildlife nature preserve. It was closed and empty, so that would do. I'm all settled in with my blanket, and the sun is setting and the temperature plummets. Before I know it, it's pitch black and visibility is 0. I start to hear wolves howling, and at this point, I'm game. This was the experience I wanted. It was a little creepy, but I was fine. I was living what I would normally be watching on my YouTube in my apartment. Before the sun went down, I noticed their garbage cans that were overfilled 15 feet behind the car from the entrance to the preserve. I finally drifted off to sleep and was awakened by something at 3 a.m. You couldn't see anything. It was so dark. And then I heard footsteps. Heavy ones. right outside my door. And at this point, I'm scared as all heck being a New York City boy. Then something brushes up against the car. I'm scared and don't know what to do. I wait for a couple of minutes. Then I open the door, run around the car as fast as I could, and got in the driver's side. I drove down the mountain and slept in a Motel 7 parking lot like a baby. Never made it through my first and only off-grid car camping adventure, and I won't forget it. The only other time that trip that something creepy happened was in Mount Shasta. I drove halfway up the mountain, parked on the side of the road and got out, and started walking into this trail. I made it about 70 yards in and heard a low growl. I never ran so hard back to my car in my life. The rest of the trip was the best hiking I've ever done in Montana.
We once found some young scouts, 9 to 11 years old, stumbling around in the woods after dark, completely lost, no lights, one sleeping bag between the two of them. They had taken a wrong turn into a dried creek bed that wasn't a trail, and just gotten completely lost. If they hadn't happened to be making a lot of noise stumbling around in the dark next to our tent, they would have had a really crappy night all alone in the woods. Luckily for them, we had helped some other lost kids earlier that day, and we got a look at their map. We happened to know where the group was staying and walked the boys back to their friends. Even 20 years later, I still feel bad for those boys. The younger kid was bawling his eyes out, and the older kid was just barely keeping his stuff together. What the heck was that scout leader thinking, letting all of these inexperienced little kids wander around with no supervision or guidance? I was hiking with my girlfriend, her sister, and her boyfriend in Hawaii in 2021. We parked our car at the end of the road about 200 feet away from the trailhead, behind the only other car at the end of the road, where another couple was getting ready to start the same hike. We briefly chatted with them as we got our shoes on and prepared our bags. They then started up the trail, and we followed maybe 10 minutes after they started. We figured we would maybe see them at the slide, which indicated the turnaround point. For context, the trail we were hiking led to a water slide deep in the mountains, which was the remnants of an old irrigation canal from the plantation era. The trail meandered through the rainforest, occasionally crossing and traversing the concrete irrigation canal, and led us to some large pipes spanning across a small valley, then directly into the mountain wall. This is where the trail forked. You could either follow the canal through the mountain in the dark, or traverse around the ridge to the slide. My girlfriend and I took the canal through the mountain, and her sister and boyfriend opted for traversing the trail. We both made it to the slide, and we didn't see the couple there. There were only 2 main trails that we knew of that connect to the slide, and we didn't see the couple returning from the slide in the opposite direction. We didn't think much of it at the time, because maybe they had taken a third route back, or had continued further up past the canal past the slide. But no one really does that based on the info from a few locals who have hiked the trail several times. We made our way back to the trailhead and still no sign of them. Their car was still there parked in front of ours. We still aren't sure what happened to them. They just totally vanished off the trail. Not super scary, but it definitely makes you wonder where they might have gone when considering the only ways to and from the trailhead. I just had a relatively creepy backpacking experience this weekend, which got me curious about what other folks have encountered while backpacking. I'll start sharing my experience. A friend and I did a brief 2-night trip out of Skycomosh, Washington, in the Central Cascades.
We hiked in and set up camp at a beautiful subalpine lake. Everything was good up until dark, of course. I awoke around 1 a.m. to hear what sounded like branches breaking in the near distance. I initially thought that it sounded like branches on the ground being stepped on, but figured it could be branches breaking away from the tree too. To keep my freaked out mind from going wild, I told myself that it was probably just an elk. This went on until I finally fell asleep again. The same thing happened the following night, but to make things worse, I heard what sounded like the zipper on our rainfly being unzipped as slowly as humanly possible, or like something very small was being dragged across the fly of the tent very slowly. Either way, I flipped around on my horrifically squeaky inflatable pad in hopes of scaring off whatever it was, if anything at all. Needless to say, I didn't sleep that night, but thankfully found that the zipper was fully closed at dawn. I've heard that temperature changes can cause cracking sounds within the bark of trees, but then again, a Google search on branches breaking in the woods pointing me to Bigfoot, but who knows? Either way, this creeped me out. I've never once heard sounds like that when backpacking, and I'm often awake several times during the night on trips. I was on Poo Poo Point in Issaquah, Washington a couple of weeks ago, and I hear twigs breaking left and right from an area behind me. I figured it was a paraglider who landed short of the landing area and was coming up on the trail. Imagine my surprise when a bear popped up 15 feet away from me. We looked at each other for a few brief seconds, and I let out the loudest "Hey bear," and he trundled off. I was shaking for the next 10 minutes. I've run into a lot of bears in the Enchanted Valley, but when you don't expect one, they can be a bit interesting. Last year in summer, I decided to spend one night in the wild in a nearby forest. So I packed my stuff and some food and went to the place in the evening. It was only a half an hour walk from my flat, and it wasn't the first night out in the wild on my own without a tent. So I ate some dinner and put my sleeping place up. When it was dark, I started to sleep, but the night was very uncalm. Somehow I couldn't get very good sleep. I woke up all the time, probably because it was quite close to the city, and I could still hear cars and people partying. So at around 4 o'clock, I decided that I will pack my stuff up and go home, so I can at least get some good sleep. When I was on my way back, still in the forest, I saw a person, probably male, standing on the path that I wanted to go on. He was just standing there with the back to me, not moving or walking. This was already scary, so I tried talking to him, asked who he is and if he could turn around, but he didn't move at all. I continued talking to him, that he should please talk to me or turn around or do anything. I tried it in 2 different languages, but he didn't react at all. He was just standing there, not moving. I waited and talked to him for at least 10 minutes, really scared. Then at one point he started walking very slowly in the direction that I wanted to go to. So I know, if I go the same way, I rather had to walk very slow or overtake him and be close to him at one point. So I decided to walk another way, which was a detour of at least 30 to 45 minutes. In the end, I knew that our paths will cross one last time, but at this time I could already see the city. But luckily, I didn't meet him again. He was probably high, but it was very scary since it was in the night and dark, and he wasn't reacting or moving at all. I was hiking with a buddy near Tupper Lake. We were sitting in a fire tower, watching the sunset, and had just said goodbye to a young couple. About 2 minutes after they leave the peak, a blood-curdling scream fills the air. Keep in mind, they walked for 2 minutes. We were 50 feet in the air, and the wind was blowing towards them at about 20 miles per hour. My buddy and I looked at each other scared out of our minds, with zero idea of what to do. We came for the sunset, so we stayed for the sunset. Figuring if it was our last time to leave this earth, we would do so with the image of an ADK sunset fresh in our minds. After the sun ends, we start walking down the trail with sticks in hand, just freaking out. We walk for about 5 minutes and figure that we're probably good and just scaring ourselves. The rest of the hike down was unnerving at best. The woods are never comfy at night past the range of your light. We get to the bottom and my buddy says, "Yo, there's another car here." When we came, there was only one car, a red one with a dude in it. The other girl showed up separately. She was the one that screamed. Her car was still here. His was gone. We ran to our car, hop in and start driving home. At this point, we were seriously considering calling the cops. As we're driving, we are passed and it's the red car. I swung the car around, followed him back to the lot, and drive past the lot as his interior cab lights turn on. It's just him. No girl. To this day, we have no idea what happened. What we do know is that we told the guy in passing that we're going to camp Bridge Brooks Island, and the next night we did. We swore that we were being watched the entire night, with a big scare coming from our boat hitting rocks and sounding like a guy running up on us. I took an ill-advised winter hike in a storm. The wind was coming off the peak and down the ridge that I was ascending. There was snow on my ridge that was about shin deep, and we had about 800 feet to the summit. It was getting dark and the wind lulled. We both heard a long, terrible scream up ahead, really tortured. The wind picked up again. We rejected the attempt and made our way back to the tent. I thought I could hear a helicopter in and out of the wind gusts, but in the dark, couldn't see anything. The next afternoon, there was a news report of one dead after falling from a ridge during a military exercise. It was from the summit ridge line that we were heading for. I heard that man fall. Back in 2015, I was on a hiking trail in Arizona. I have hiked a lot in worse terrains in Europe, so I wasn't too worried about doing it alone. It was almost getting dark, and I was at an eerily deserted stretch for what felt like hours now. Suddenly I heard a kind of music. As I kept going, I realized that it was someone whistling. It gave me the creeps, but the idea of company relieved me a bit too. Soon enough, I saw a man in front of me walking the same direction. He was wearing a t-shirt and pants, which was surprisingly inadequate, especially for the impending night. I passed him by. He was the one whistling indeed. Turned to say the customary greetings. He looked up, deadpan, and without a word turned back down towards the ground and kept whistling. He was walking slowly on an almost trance-like manner. I quickly averted my gaze forward, and almost abruptly the whistling stopped. I turned back to see what happened, and there was absolutely no one on the trail. Zilch. Didn't even feel like anyone had been there. Needless to say, I freaked out. I made it back without any further issues, but I still think about what I saw and heard that night. I had a stare-off with a bobcat. I awoke early before dawn and made a cup of coffee, then took a quiet walk among the huge boulders around my camp. I came around one of them and locked eyes with a large kitty, probably 45 pounds, who froze in place as I did. We were about 6 to 7 feet apart. His eyes dilated. He crouched, ears back, and we stared deep into each other's eyes. I was afraid that if I dropped eye contact, he'd spring at my throat. He looked freaked and defensive, ready to fight. He was probably thinking the same thing about me. After no movement from either of us for way too long, I took a risk and dropped my eyes and head for less than a second. When I glanced around, he was gone. Poof, like a ghost. My dog right at my side had no clue. Never saw it, smelled it, or chased it. I was not surprised by my dog's ability to be fooled by the cat's perfect natural camouflage. But not to smell it? It was right in front of his face. There was a huge mountain lion up in the Three Sisters Wilderness area. His territory is large. My doctor saw it across the road and said it was gigantic. On a solo backpacking trip up the wilderness boundary, I found big cougar tracks where it had leapt after a deer or elk during the chase. The paw prints were about 20 feet apart, and I camped there for the night. I was hiking alone with my dog. It was at the beginning of the hike, so I was still very close to a town. I met a family walking together. A man, a woman, and a kid. The man says hi to me, and it's obvious that he wants to talk, so I stop, assuming he wants to ask about my dog's breed or something. My dog smells him, and he says to my dog, "Ah, you know who the master is here." What the heck? Then he asks me, "Are you not afraid to walk alone?" I tell him no, I'm not. Then he asks me, "Are you sure? You're a young woman alone. Are you not afraid of being attacked?" Well, now I am, thanks. I tell him that I'm close to town, so no. He then told me how I shouldn't be without a man and keeps asking me, "Are you not scared of being assaulted or killed by someone?" At this point, I wanted to ask him if by someone he meant him. I pointed out that I had a big dog with me and told him how my dog was protective and wouldn't hesitate to defend me if something goes wrong, which is true, but I mostly said it to scare him in case he had bad intentions. I made eye contact with the woman and kid at some point, and it was obvious that they were embarrassed. Eventually I left, and I never saw them again. This all took place in a rural area in France, not a place that's especially dangerous for women. Another scary thing is that I saw a scary, massive boar. It took me a minute to understand what that creature was, but that's not as scary as the creepy dude. I got stalked by a family of brown bear on a trail once. Thankfully, they mostly kept their distance, but they were definitely following me and I couldn't figure out why, other than that they were potentially starving and I was potentially dinner. Turns out, I had a massive bag of homemade trail mix in my pack and carried it with me on the hike instead of leaving it in the bear bag back at camp. I found it when I stopped to have some water, and at that point the bears were getting ballsy. Closer and closer each time I tried to take a break. I dumped that trail mix out where I sat and climbed up the nearest cliff. If those bears went right for the trail mix, they didn't follow me further. It's how keen their sense of smell is. Black bear wouldn't have really concerned me. They're super skittish creatures. Brown bear, on the other hand, I don't know why, but those creatures don't give a crap and will tear you limb from limb looking for a single gummy vitamin that you forgot in your pocket. In the late 90s, I was in my junior year of high school and hiking up Usery Mountain in the East Mesa, Arizona, with my best bud and two girls that we liked. We reached the Wind Cave at the top, but wanted to keep going, so we scrambled up the summit to take in the view. My friend was sitting on a rock and noticed an old rusty Altoids tin box and picked it up. Inside were two folded up pieces of white paper, which he spread out on the rock. The first page was a crude sketch of the view from the exact spot drawn in pencil, with the caption, "The last view from Name's eyes," with the date. I believe it was only some months or a year past. The second page was an apology letter listing people in this person's life and things they were sorry to have said or did to them. We surmised that it was a self-unaliving note and started searching the backside of Usery for anything, something. Remains, clothes, more clues. There was nothing. This was the late 90s, and internet search was not really a thing yet, so we went to the Central Mesa Library to sort through the microfiche files, skimming through newspapers a little after the date, on the drawing, or any lost person notices or any news related, and again, nothing. But it was fun feeling like I was in Encyclopedia Brown for an afternoon. Some years later, my friend moved to another part of the United States and hasn't really kept in touch. But I often wonder if he still has the 10, and if he ever found the person's identity using modern research methods. Unsatisfying end to the story, I know, but it was definitely a little creepy and a little sad. Plus, I gotta use the word microfiche. East Mesa has a surprising amount of culty aspects that I experienced growing up. I should probably write them all down. I was hiking in northern Ontario through an old mining road. Years of neglect had fallen tons of trees. My partner and I had 27-pound packs on, so ducking or going over fallen trees was time-consuming and tiring. We got to the point on the trail where we needed to go south to the lake. There was a beach there we spotted on Google Earth. Thinking nothing of it, we head straight through the forest. No path. For those that have been through boreal forest, you know what I'm talking about. I'm up front for the first part. I step near a conifer truck. I'm 2 feet away from the trunk, but my foot disappears into a hole. I don't lose my balance and quickly recover, but used a nearby stick to poke around the area. It's just a fake top with broken branches and brown pine needles. Don't know how far it went down. Came to the realization there are a lot of holes in this forest. We kept our distance from any other conifer trunks and made it safely to our destination. It was worth the hike, and we made it safely home. If something bad had happened, we were many miles away from the main road and tough hauling back through the old mining road. Great memory, but it was scary. I posted a review on All Trails for a snowshoe I did in the mountains. I was the first one up that trail after a pretty good-sized snowstorm, breaking trail pretty much the whole way. A couple days later, somebody tracked me down on Facebook from that review and started asking questions. I thought it was kind of weird, but it turned out that she was trying to track down a guy who had hiked down the trail a few days before. He went up with just his dog and basic gear, but no snowshoes, and got caught in the storm. The storm was so powerful that it shut down a ski hill in the area. Total whiteout. Dropped a lot of snow very fast. The dog showed up on the highway 10 miles away 2 days later. I was the next person up the trail after him, so they were hoping I'd seen some sign of him, but I hadn't. Turned out he'd died up there. Most likely he'd gotten off trail in the whiteout, got bogged down in the deep snow and froze. Moral of the story is be prepared out there, especially in the mountains. Double especially in the winter. I was a volunteer working at a camp in Velipohe, Albania. One night, my friends and I decided to go to some beach bars to party. We bar hopped a little and eventually ended up in one a bit too far from camp, a bit further from the coast behind a big forest. When 2 a.m. hit the clock, I felt tired, so I decided to go back to the camp. No one else was willing to, so I ended up walking alone. I decided to take a shortcut through the forest. It was pitch dark, so I used the flashlight on my phone. I illuminated the path and then I saw it. It was a body. I startled and started moving the light slowly, only to reveal 10 more bodies lying on the ground. Fortunately, all of those bodies were alive, just sleeping. It turned out that the forest was full of homeless gypsies who were just living there. I was relieved that no one was dead, but I was also a bit scared of being robbed. Obviously, I don't mean to be racist, but one of those guys are fine and nice, but also poor and unfortunate. They were usually making a living by playing music on nearby beaches. However, at the same time, I saw their children pickpocketing the tourists. But the night got even scarier. When I left the forest safely, I started walking on the promenade. I started looking at the stars as the night sky in Velipohe is simply gorgeous. I was passing a lot of rabid dogs on the way. I didn't think much of it at the moment, because they were just scavenging near the rubbish bins and piles and just kept walking. Suddenly I start feeling uneasy. Something wasn't right. I turned around, and wouldn't you know it, the dogs were following me. The pack was getting larger and larger, and it wasn't just a funny parade with cute puppies. They started forming an open circle formation, just like hunting wolves in movies. I immediately started walking a bit faster, looking around for any large stick to defend myself. The dogs accelerated their pace as well. Encouraged by their numbers, some of them started growling. Then I heard loud barking and tapping. I quickly turned around and saw one of the dogs charging me, with about 10 to 15 dogs walking behind it quietly or growling. I did the only thing I could think of, which was shouting and stomping aggressively. That immediately discouraged the pack. All the 10 to 15 dogs stopped and looked at me quietly, still remaining in the circle formation. The charging one retreated and barked even louder, probably to cover its lack of courage. I slowly turned my back and started walking, but then the dog charged me again, and again I shouted and tried to look aggressive. This worked again, and became a routine for the rest of my way back to camp, which was fortunately just 10 more minutes. Needless to say, I was very scared that I was going to be eaten, or at least severely bitten by a pack of wild dogs. But thank God, nothing bad truly happened. I like to hike solo. One time I was hiking around a trail system at the base of my local mountain with my 2 dogs, not far from civilization and not a technical trail. It was really more of a walk in the woods. I had hiked that trail many times before, almost daily. The worst part of the trail was when you had to pass by this little lean-to that someone had put against a pine tree, maybe 150 feet off the side of the trail. I always got creeped out by it because someone easily could have been in it. But after having walked the trail so many times, I got pretty acclimated to it. Well, lo and behold, this time my fears came true. This time, a lumbering, jacked, unkempt man with a very unhinged look in his eyes, and a huge machete comes striding out of the lean-to as I'm passing by. I'm a pretty small gal. I'm completely unarmed, and I'm completely unprepared for this. He starts walking alongside me, very close to me, telling me how he had just been released from prison, how lonely he is, how confused he is about having to get back on his feet after spending time locked up, how angry he is at everyone for letting bad things happen to him. My heart is beating out of my chest, but I manage to stay calm on the exterior. There's no one around to scream for. There's no way that I'm going to overpower this guy. I'm at a total loss about the right thing to do. I just gently and kindly talk to him about his troubles, share about what I was going to do with the rest of my day, which includes going home to my family, and eventually I'm able to tell him that I need to turn around and head back because I'm running out of time, at which point he just books it back deeper into the woods. He easily could have assaulted and murdered me at that moment. I have no idea what kept him from causing me any harm, but I am grateful. Years ago, I was taking a short hike around a lake where I lived, something I must have done 100 times before. Nice day, but during the middle of the week, so no one else was around. About 10 minutes into it, I got the sense of someone behind me and turned around. When I did, I saw a man about 30 feet behind me walking very quickly in my direction, with his eyes right on me. Strange thing was that as soon as I turned around and looked at him, he immediately turned around and walked back the way he had come. I got the creepiest sensation that I had been in immediate danger from the guy, and that the man turned back the other way because he had lost the element of surprise. I waited about 20 or so minutes and then got out of there. I still wonder what would have happened if I hadn't turned around. My best friend and I went for an early trail run one morning in the summer. Ours were the only cars in the parking lot, and there are no other trailheads for miles. As we were running up the mountain, we noticed something ahead of us. A tall person was walking very slowly toward us, swishing their arms in front of them side to side. It was a hot day, and he was wearing a hooded jacket. Their sleeves were long enough to touch the ground, and their hood was tied over their face, so they must have only had a small hole to look out of. We passed this person with no issue, but it's the creepiest encounter I've ever had on a trail. I learned that I'm definitely the kind of person that would trip my friend and leave them for dead if the moment called for it. I was hiking Cerro Chapero in Costa Rica last May, 42-kilometer trail that I started at midnight and finished at 5:30 p.m. There is a lodge at the base of the trail. Once I finished and got back, there were cops with a family there. I ate dinner and went to bed, not knowing what was going on. The next day, I found out that a woman who was hiking with 2 family members had disappeared on the hike. She had apparently been hiking ahead of the other 2 for a short period when they heard her scream. When they caught up to where she had been, she wasn't there or anywhere to be found. They searched and called out as long as possible until they had to head down the trail to seek help. They found her body 4 days later. She had fallen off of a large cliff. Turns out, I passed her dead or dying body unknowingly at some point on the hike. A buddy of mine and I were hiking Mount Washington in October. We are seasoned and prepared hikers. It was a windy, cold day, but we had a great time. Managed to also bag Monroe between sets of clouds, just obscuring everything. We knew that we'd be hiking in the dark and planned accordingly. We were hiking down the Jewel Trail with the headlamps on, and out of the darkness we hear, "Hello." My buddy and I basically both crapped ourselves. Sitting there is a young woman and her boyfriend in sneakers and light jackets, freezing. No backpacks, no water, no nothing. We start to ask questions and they only speak French. My buddy thankfully is a native speaker, so we get the whole story. They started hiking up Jewel at 3 p.m. From there, they managed to fumble around and then they lost the light. This was 2008, so smartphones weren't terrible, but not great. It didn't take them long to blow their batteries out trying to use them as flashlights. Too afraid to go down the hill in the dark, they did the sensible thing and just stopped and stayed on the trail. We gave them water and food in our spare layers and started back down the trail. We got them back to their car and they thanked us profusely. I always wondered how people could die in the whites. This was the first time seeing how unprepared people will gleefully go down the trail without a care. When I was 11, I went camping with my mom, her boyfriend, and my little brother outside of Las Vegas in the middle of the desert. We went arrowhead hunting one morning, and during our hike, we stumbled upon a full human skeleton laying on a blanket, kind of tucked under a bush, laying on their back like they fell asleep and never woke up. My boyfriend knelt down and prayed over the remains, and then we walked back to the campsite silent, everyone in complete shock. Got the ranger. Boyfriend got into helicopter to show him where the remains were. Turned out to be a presumed self-unaliving of a young male. He had been missing for almost a year. It was suspicious that the whole skeleton was still in contact, though. That image is forever burned in to my brain. Back in the early 90s, I did an overnight small chunk of the Appalachian Trail with 2 work friends. It was rainy, miserable. I had a cheap sleeping bag and an ancient external frame backpack that made me worry about being a lightning rod at that elevation. We got lost on the way out and started complaining to each other and settled into grumpy silence. We hadn't seen anything the whole time, but then we could hear somebody coughing. Like a really wet, croupy, hacking cough. Turns out it was a single adult man and a kid. They were wearing rain gear, but didn't otherwise seem outfitted for even a short jaunt, like us, much less a longer hike. The kid looked miserable, just coughing, and we passed each other in silence. I was basically a kid myself, maybe 19. But the older I have gotten, the more that I think about this 5-minute snippet of my life. I have kids now. That child had glassy eyes and a flushed face, a sure sign of fever. His hair was stuck to his face from the rain. I still remember that sad little resigned look in his eyes as we passed. We were miles and miles from any kind of access point or way station. I never would just keep walking now. The dad, I really hope it was their dad at least, and I would have had a frank conversation. Did they need help? Dry socks? A snack? Was he aware that his kid needed to get off the trail ASAP? Etc. I still think about it a lot. I've got 3 crazy experiences. In college, my buddy and I are camping at the Mount Washington lean-tos to have 3 days of spring skiing at Tuckerman's Ravine. If you don't know the area, there's no lifts. You hike up a very steep and relatively short run. The camping is 2 to 3 hours from the parking lot. We wake up to a beautiful morning with not a cloud in the sky. Unfortunately, the service report says 50-mile-per-hour winds at the ski area. The mountain has the highest wind speeds recorded on Earth. We decided to take a short hike and then hopefully ski in the afternoon. After an hour, we can still see the lean-to. Clouds roll in, and it's a complete whiteout blizzard. We're above the tree line with no markers. We end up coming down the wrong side, hiking for hours in sometimes chest-deep snow. We finally hit a road and walk another few hours and find a motel. We beg for a room, and after some cajoling get one. The next morning we hitchhike 20 miles back to the base parking lot, climb up for hours to get our skis and camping gear. There's a raging windstorm at the lean-tos, and we have to ski slide, slipped down the icy trail to the parking lot. A few years later, my girlfriend, now wife, are cross-country skiing in Vermont in the spring. It's a one-way trip from a car we left back to my brother's car. We have a map and compass, and we're following the long trail markers on the trees. It has recently snowed, so it's only our tracks. The prior summer, the trail has been moved, not on our map, but they leave up some of the old tree markers. We become lost and decided to settle in for the night. I dug a deep pit to build a fire. At about 10, the pit collapsed and put the fire out. It's pitch black, and we dug out some snow caves, but my inner brain was rebelling. Just then the moon rose, and I could strap on the skis and collect more firewood. We were rescued by volunteer snowmobilers. My brother had called the police at about 3 a.m. It took 3 hours to get us back to our car. Lastly, we were hiking in the Angeles National Forest, and I had a baby in a backpack. We saw a mountain lion. My wife yelled, "Run," but I calmed her quickly and we slowly backed away. When we were a safe distance away, she took the baby like a football and sprinted down the trail. I saw her meet a small group coming up. When I got to her, I asked if she had warned them, and she said coldly, "No, I wanted to have someone between us and the lion." Her maternal instinct seemed to have overrode common courtesy. Thankfully, there was nothing on the news that evening.
I grew up in Orange County, California, but there were some real wild areas around us, believe it or not. In high school, we went to this place called Black Star Canyon in the Cleveland National Forest. Big, densely wooded area of oak that stretches from OC to San Diego, almost to the border. Even contains Marine Corps Camp, Camp Pendleton. Anyway, we had been told that it was haunted growing up. Turns out, true story, there was a tribe up there that was slaughtered in the 1800s by hired fur trappers because they kept stealing the Mexican ranchers' horses for meat. Enough said for a bunch of dumb high schoolers. So we planned a night hike to this place. My friends and I did stuff like this all the time, but I consider myself pretty skeptical, and luckily most of us were pretty level-headed. The area is pretty well known for mountain lions too, so we were all on guard and in agreement to turn around at any given sign, even if just one of us wanted to. So the way the trail works, you park at a forestry gate and start to walk a long asphalt narrow road that's mostly dirt from where there were sparse houses in the 50s and 60s, before the floods washed them out and the land was committed to National Forest Service. Eventually, turning to full hiking trail. Along this road is a line of barbed wire as well, with all kinds of signs warning you not to cross. So here we are, typical idiots walking on a road on a hardly slivered moon, pitch black night, after midnight, and not using our flashlights to add to the flare. Well, as we go and adventure deeper and deeper down this road, which we'd never been on before, mind you, I keep seeing what appears to be a cowboy leaning on the wooden fence posts, holding the barbed wire. Just kind of leaning on it, but distinctly looking at us. I'm talking full-blown cowboy brimmed hat, just leaning. But it's just a silhouette out the side of my eye, and every time I look straight on, there's nothing. I'm telling myself if I'm logical and push it off as a trick of the eyes to keep my cool. But I keep seeing this guy every 10 or so posts, but I don't say a thing to the guys. We get to a point where we've been walking for over an hour and debate on heading back just because of the time. Then my friend goes, "Yeah," and I keep thinking I'm seeing a cowboy along the fence line. No crap, I felt my stomach drop out of me. I couldn't believe it. These were plain wooden fence posts, maybe a typical 4 foot or so tall, with mostly field behind them. No way that looks like a person. So I open up about it also, and we all agree to turn around. Just then, my other buddy starts flipping out, ripping his shirt off and screaming about getting stung. We're all kind of confused looking at him like he's crazy, but he insists that a bee or something just stung him. So we turn our lights on his back to look and watch as 3 distinct scratches form, stretching from his shoulder diagonal to the opposite hip, even drawing blood. We were done, needless to say, after that, but made it back to the car without further incident. You can probably argue that the shadow was a coincidence in the dark, and shapes playing tricks, sure, I'll give you that. But throw in the scratch in a way that we watched happen right as we're discussing this cowboy, and in a way we couldn't do to himself, and none of us standing in a circle did it to him. I believe there was something going on. This area ended up being used by Jack Osborne's show, Haunted Highway, on his pilot episode. It's pretty cool, and I've been back since, but only in the day. California has more to it than you'd imagine. This is just one story out of many that I've experienced out here. I was walking through a not so popular or well-known trail. It wasn't marked very well, so we got turned around a few times, and there really wasn't a lot of signs that people went on this trail often. Most paths were tough to see if they were even trails or were just wandering. Then we saw what looked like a dense area of trees and what looked like a path, so we head straight towards it. It was a well-traveled path, just in this little area. We take a turn and see some strange, shiny, reflective objects in the tree. We cautiously round the turn, and then as far as we could see, about 30 yards on the only straight path were Christmas ornaments. I mean, there had to be hundreds of them. Really creepy ones and some standard. Some looked personal, but it wasn't the oddity of some of them that was the sheer amount of them on an unmarked trail in the middle of the woods after we got turned around a bit. That was probably the weirdest stuff I've ever experienced. Looked it up on all the trails after we made it out, and there were no comments on that trail about Christmas ornaments. The hiking path was along a small stream. During heavy rain, that stream would turn from a 2-meter wide shallow creek into a 20-meter wide river, so it wasn't unusual to come across random trash that had been washed downstream. First, I passed a child's lunchbox, then a small jacket or sweater, then a child's backpack with a name and address prominently printed on it with permanent marker, then a plastic garbage can. You can clearly see that there was something in the can. It was wrapped in black garbage bags, but they were torn, so you could see what looked like clothing underneath. It was pretty far out, so I wanted to make sure before turning around and calling the police. Thankfully, it was just a bag of garbage. I was hiking out of a canyon, and as I approached the mouth of it, I heard a repetitious thumping noise that got louder and louder the closer I got to the mouth. Standing at the mouth of the canyon, I started looking around for what the source of the noise might be. I had some binoculars, and as I scanned up above the canyon, I spotted someone dressed in a Grim Reaper costume beating a drum. I have no idea what was going on. This isn't my story, but it's one that someone told me. They were in some very, very remote part of California and were about to enter a forest. Near the edge, close to a rock and behind some trees, were 2 people wearing all white, a man and a woman. They simply stared. When he tried to say hi and greet them, they didn't respond but instead just kept on staring. This was in the morning. At night, he noticed his food was missing and there were 2 human footprints that went all around his tent. 3 days later, he hears whispering around his tent in the middle of the night. Another day later, as he keeps looking back because of the previous incident, he sees 2 white dots following him about 3 miles behind him. They followed him for around 100 miles. That night, he purposefully hid his tent far off the trail. They still found him and lit a light directly at the tent. Dude took off running and they proceeded to chase him. Eventually he hid and could see them with their flashlight just looking for him. He left all of his gear and eventually got to a town where he contacted the police. The police said that similar incidents had occurred from different people, yet they never found anyone. People were also mysteriously disappearing in the forests. Dude made it out and went back home. I saw a full YouTube about it from Mr. Ballin. It definitely gave me the chills. Just today, my friend and I were hiking on some abandoned and used land. It's really beautiful, with lakes, cliffs, and tons of trees. The hike was going really well, but close to dark, it turned around. My friend whispered to me that they had been thinking of skinwalkers and couldn't stop. This got me thinking of the same, and we decided to head back to the car to eliminate any risk. A few minutes into the hike back, we both got horrible feelings, and it became apparent that we were not alone. We kept making our way back to the car as fast as we could, but it kept getting worse. Both of us experienced blurred vision, and the air suddenly got thick and had a hum to it. It also became incredibly hard to move, and we both experienced an intense urge to lay down and stop hiking. We came across an area we hadn't hiked through, but was adjacent to where we were. And there were so many deer prints in every direction, as if deer had been rapidly pacing there, and human footprints on the other side of that scramble. There wasn't a clear starting point to the footprints, and no evidence of any other hikers for miles. The trek back to the car seemed to take 5 minutes and 3 hours simultaneously, so we have no clue how long it actually took. Neither of us have felt this sense of dread, or have been this disoriented before. Do you think we had a close encounter with a skinwalker, or was it something else entirely? I don't have the background knowledge to say exactly what it could be. We're in eastern Kansas if that helps. Any information or ideas are appreciated. Note, I'm not trying to offend anyone in my story. I'm simply telling the events that I experienced. My friend was thinking of skinwalkers, and I am simply looking for advice or ideas as to what I could have experienced. Whatever it was very scary and not a good experience. I said in my post that I did not have the knowledge or experience to claim it to be anything specific, and I hope that doing so would clarify that I was not trying to offend anyone. Thank you to all who have given ideas or kind criticisms of my wording. I really appreciate all of it. I was hiking in Willamette National Forest on a trail that I am very familiar with. I had my 2 dogs with me, a hound and a lab, and we had just got up a really steep hill and I sat down for a rest. My dogs are usually just cruising around, sniffing out little critters and enjoying themselves. Suddenly, one of my dogs starts growling and staring down the trail where we had just come from. Just like that, they both get up right next to me and start to growl, staring down the trail. It's not a particularly bushy area, so I can see pretty far, and I don't see anything. But the dogs were sure that there was something there, and I believed them. Maybe a cougar. After a while, they calmed down, and we kept going and looped back on another trail. I had a pocket knife with me that I carried out for the next few miles, but we got back okay. They have never acted like that before or since. This happened yesterday. My brother and I went for a hike to stave off cabin fever from self-isolating. We chose a pretty remote trail to lower the risk of coming into contact with other people. I was walking ahead of my brother, and the gravel on the track was making our footsteps sound really loud. Deep in thought, I was listening to the rhythm of his footsteps behind me. About 20 minutes in, I started hearing other footsteps starting off faint and getting louder, until they were the same pitch as his, but they were much faster, like a running rhythm. They suddenly came to a halt, and I could hear the motion of someone stopping on gravel. That sudden, sharp, rocky sound, if you can imagine it. I assumed there must have been someone running or jogging on the track, and sure enough, I saw a shadow to the side of me appear, which looked like a person's head next to mine, as though they were right behind me. I stopped and turned to let them pass because the track was narrow. However, when I turned around, it was just my brother staring back at me. He was confused as to why I'd stopped, so I asked if he was running a second ago and he said no. I asked if there had been anyone behind him, and he said that he wasn't aware of anyone. I thought it was strange, but just let it go and carried on. About 5 minutes later, we came around a corner and there was this smell of just pure death. Like a really strong off-meat smell. We figured it was a dead animal and kept going. We reached the hike lookout about 20 minutes later, chilled out for a bit and then headed back. We passed the death smell, and then around the exact spot where it happened before, I started hearing running sounds again. I ignored it this time because it was starting to freak me out, and just picked up the pace to get back to the car. I told my mom, and she joked that the death smell must have been a dead jogger, and I was being haunted by them, to which I laughed at the time. But now I'm wondering, what if it was? Maybe I should have investigated the smell. This is a reminder to solo travelers everywhere. This happened to me. It was terrifying, and I'm lucky that nothing worse happened. I'm a heavily tattooed woman, and I often like to travel to get pieces. I'll make a whole trip of it. It's like collecting memories that you'll have forever. With that being said, I booked a trip from Vancouver, Canada to LA for a piece. I was going to be spending 4 days there with my girlfriend. But because my apartment was scheduled for all Friday, my girlfriend didn't want to miss a whole day of work while I'm in the studio all day. So we agreed that I would go Thursday night, get my tattoo Friday, and then meet up with her Friday night at our Airbnb. Unfortunately, I arrived at LAX around 11 p.m. It was dark. I was alone in a city that I had only been in once before, when I was 12. I followed the map that she wrote me to try and find the taxi area. Eventually, I walk up to a spot where I see 2 taxi drivers standing, and one of them asks me if I need a ride. I say yes, put my bag in the taxi, give him the address, and away we go. It takes about 2 seconds for this normal guy to get creepy. I can see him staring at me through the rearview mirror as he's asking me questions like, "What are you here for? Are you alone? Are you Russian? Are you sure you're not? I'd really like to take you out for some Russian food. You're really not Russian? I'd like to take you out." Nope, no thanks, and no I'm not. We get to the Airbnb and I say thanks, and I go to get out and he says, "I need to make sure that you get in safe." I said that's not necessary. He insists. It's past midnight by this point. No one's around. I'm in a quiet residential area and he's persistent. I walk up to the apartment door and there's a lockbox that I need to get the key from.
This man was clearly hoping that it would not unlock the door, because as I'm typing the code into the unlock it, he's repeating the numbers back out loud. 9631. It opens, and I grab the keys inside and go, "All right, thanks, I'm good now." He says, "No, I need to make sure that you get all the way in." I'm panicking now. He follows me to the apartment door, which happens to be on the first floor, of course. Now he knows what unit I'm in. I open the door and slide in. I told him that my big buff boyfriend was waiting for me at this place. I'm gay. I am the big buff man. And he sees that no one else is in there. I say thanks and go to close the door. He puts his foot in the door so I can't close it and goes, "What? I don't get a hug?" I just wanted this man to leave, so I gave him a quick hug, pushed him away, and slammed the door. I slept with a knife by my bed and had to make sure that all the windows were locked. By the way, ladies, if a man is asking if you're Russian, what he's really asking is if you're a worker. I found that out later. I am so incredibly lucky that nothing else happened. I was really shaken up though, and I barely slept. I was on a work trip to Portsmouth, New Hampshire a couple years ago. The day I arrived, I asked the employees at the job site what's good there. What do I need to eat? Where are the bars at? I like to go out to dive bars and whatnot when I'm someplace new, and just kind of pretend like I lived there for a while. So I'm asking about downtown and music venues and all of that, and they tell me not to go downtown alone, because there's a serial killer that's killing men. I'm not a common serial killer demographic. I'm a stocky white dude with lots of visible tattoos. I wouldn't say that I'm intimidating, but there aren't that many places that I travel that I can't blend in to some degree. So I laugh it off and obviously go downtown alone immediately after work. So I'm wandering around, popping into bars for a drink at a time. In this small but promising downtown that feels old and kind of expensive, but also artsy in a New England coast town away. Long story short, I'm kind of bummed. Nothing's really going on, and I can't find a good patio to simultaneously drink and smoke on, which is my number one criteria for a pub always. So I'm about to call it a night, but I lean up against a wall outside of a bar to have a cigarette and decide if I want to go in or call it a night. And some dude walks out and lights one of his own and starts talking to me. Now at this point I've had a couple. Not a lot, but nobody I've spoken to really has a notion of anything cool happening that night, and a substantial part of me wants to see what this town has to offer and give it a go. So we start talking about punk and live music and what's going on, and he's super enthusiastic to show a traveler some spots. Of course, the whole time in the back of my mind are the comments about the serial killer. But whatever, he's smaller than me. I have a knife and a decent tolerance for alcohol, so it's worth the risk. He takes me to like 4 bars, a couple of which we have a drink at and feel out if it's worth hanging or not. The town's cool. He makes good conversation, but I'm definitely holding my drink as far away from him as I can. It's weird. I feel like I can only imagine women feel like every day, but I don't have a solid reason to break off the hang yet, and he's honestly putting forth a lot of effort to show me the spots, which is super cool and even more rare, so I don't want to crap all over it. But the whole night he keeps trying to get me to go to this one bar. I don't even remember the name, but it was high school themed, and he thought that that was really cool, which seriously unsettled me. Also, he kept asking me where I was staying, and I kept making up hotel names because it felt weird, but he kept calling me on it, until I finally said something about the Roundabout, which was the name of a hotel and diner right next door to mine. When he made this connection, he lit up, sort of, like with satisfaction of solving a puzzle. So we go to the high school bar. He'd been to all the other ones. There wasn't anything going on anywhere, and it was right there. They actually had a rad solo act playing covers that I loved. So we're hanging, and I'm still stiff-arming my drinks. And then I realize
It's been way over the 2 hours that I put on my meter. I gotta move my car or leave. But the night is just now getting good. People are showing up and there's music that I know and love. The high school bar has legitimately been the best bar so far. It was weird. And dude tells me that I can park on the street where there's plenty of spots since it's after whatever time it needed to be. Cool. I'll be right back, I say. But he's like, no, I'll come with you. And that's weird, but all right, whatever, dude, let's go. So I tab out, and my bill is way more than it should be. And I realize that he's putting beers on my tab without asking. So I tell the bartender to move that stuff to his. And we have a weird moment, but it passes. And we leave to move my car and hit the next spot. So he watches me move my car. Comments on the plates, since they didn't belong to the state that I told him I was from. And I told him it was a rental. We moved on to the karaoke bar. That's okay, where he tells me he's a high school janitor and that he'd invite me to sleep at his place, but it's just a small studio apartment. He asks for my phone number. I play it off and say that I appreciate the friendship for that night, but I don't give out my phone number like that. We smoke weed in an alley with a guy who looks like Sam Elliott from The Big Lebowski. It was weird, but all right. I go back to the hotel and go to sleep, feeling somewhat fulfilled in my experience in that town. The next morning, I go to the job site, and everything's fine for a while. And then my phone rings with a local area code, and it's the hotel. Apparently, the hotel caught fire, and I need to come collect my belongings since my room was in an affected area. Holy cow. That's weird. Okay, I'll be back in a bit, I guess. I get to the hotel and it's surreal. Half the building had sprinklers going off. It feels like a war zone almost. The smell of burnt carpet and everything is pervasive. Everyone's weirded out. Apparently it was arson. Started from outside of the building, 3 feet in front of where my car was parked that night before. Nothing caught on camera, but substantial damage to the building. I can't prove to you that I met a serial killer and that he burnt down my hotel as a vindictive act born of rejection. But I can tell you that dude had major Dahmer vibes, and my hotel was 100% set aflame. Also, the suspected victims look a lot like me. I don't know, maybe it's bullcrap. But man, was that a work trip. P.S. The hotel transferred me to the Roundabout Hotel, right next door. When I got there, they gave me a voucher for 10% off breakfast at the Roundabout Diner, conveniently located downstairs. At that diner, I had the best hot sauce I've ever had in my life. I bought a bottle there, and I've been hooked ever since. Hoff's wake-up call. It's got coffee in it. I got kidnapped in Bucharest, Romania within 5 minutes of arriving. I arrived around 5 a.m. in the morning, got off the train, was warned before I went not to use the ATMs in the train station, so I left to go find an ATM on the streets. As I stepped out, some guy came up and started talking to me in English, which was already kind of weird to begin with. As I kept walking, a taxi pulls up next to me, and I just felt the man's arms grab around my shoulders and throw me into the back of the taxi. He got in the front and the driver took off. They kept asking me questions like where I was from and what I was doing there. I told them that I was from China on an exchange. I'm actually from Canada, but Canadian passports are worth a lot apparently on the black market, and I tried to play it off like I was in a taxi and asked to be taken downtown. They were silent with me for the rest of the time, and we ended up at some random ATM. They dragged me out and made me take money out, before leaving me there and driving off with my cash, wallet, ATM card, and my bag. I ended up walking about an hour and a half to get to the downtown area. You can see the People's Palace from really far distance away, and it's very central. And it took another half hour to find my hostel. The people at the hostel were super nice and helped me get back on my feet, let me stay for free, and gave me some food before I could file a police report and get insurance to help cover.
my losses. Charles de Gaulle Airport, Paris, France, 2009. While waiting for my flight, I went to the men's room. I had to bring my bags and stuff with me as I was traveling alone. I was in there for not even a few minutes, using a urinal, when a flash mob of maybe 8 kids suddenly come in. They quickly descended on my bags. A few grabbed small shopping bags full of things I'd bought to give as gifts and ran. I quickly aborted my activity, zipped up and lunged for my bags. There were too many, and some escaped before I could do anything. One kid had gotten my laptop bag, but I grabbed the strap. As if well rehearsed, he spun around with a knife, cut the strap in one quick swoop and started running. I didn't care that he had a knife. Dropping the strap fragment in my hand, I quickly grabbed at the bag while kicking the kid in the butt with my foot as hard as possibly could. The kid cried out in agony and ran off. I spun around and saw the other kid had a knife out separating the zipper for quick access to my larger luggage. I caught his eye, and his face contorted into this angry snarl as if he was possessed, and he started yelling some French obscenities at me. 2 other kids jumped me from behind, trying to get my laptop bag. One was the kid that I'd kicked, and he had his knife out. I let out a furious rage of a yell, snarling at these kids, and quickly slipped off my belt to use as a whip on them. A man came into the restroom, looked at what was going on, looked at me and started to turn. "La police, s'il vous plaît, monsieur," I shouted. He turned and looked at me again, frowned, then left. I had a feeling he wasn't going to get involved. I still had my laptop bag in hand. The kid I'd kicked ran off, and the other kid who was with him just shuffled back a bit, looking like he was going to size up my altercation with the kid rifling through my large luggage to see if he might have a chance to get something. While the kid on my luggage was feverishly looking through my luggage, the flap now undone, I kicked him really hard in the small of his back. He cried out loudly in pain. I must have heard him because he had one hand holding firmly onto where I kicked him. I threatened to kick him once more and he took off, whimpering. The other kid started to leave when the door opened and another one of those delinquents had returned to see what progress was made. I still had my belt in hand and raised my arm at him. He ducked out. "You better tell your friends to return my stuff," I shouted at the one kid remaining. He cursed at me and left. I got my stuff together and went to a police station in the airport to report the crime. The officer I dealt with looked at me with disdain and a total "I have better things to do" face. I described what happened. He then shoved a clipboard in front of me, handed over a pen and said fill it out with a heavy accent. I asked about the chances of getting my stuff back. I was told that there was pretty much no chance at all. Another officer there handed me some kind of strap thing and said that I can use that to bind up my bag, since it'll be checked in. Well, I realized I didn't have time for filling out a form that would do me no good, so I secured my large bag and left. Later, I told the friend that I had visited what happened, and he said, "I thought you knew. There are vicious pickpockets and petty thieves in the CDG airport. Never go to the men's room there. Just wait for the one on the plane." I was flying from Krabi, Thailand to Denver. It involved 3 connections: Krabi to Bangkok, Bangkok to Tokyo, and Tokyo to Seattle. There were long layovers, including a 13-hour overnight one in Bangkok. I have chronic incurable insomnia. I've been on sleeping pills for almost 20 years, and I cannot sleep on airplanes, no matter how drugged up I am. All in all, it took 52 hours to get from Thailand to my house. I slept for maybe 45 minutes in that time, in 5 to 10 minute spurts. I started hallucinating from sleep deprivation on the way back from Seattle. Nothing scary, Just kept seeing divider curtains on the plane that weren't there, thinking a flight attendant was behind me when nobody was nearby. By the time I landed, I was seeing light visual patterns like the kind people see when they take a small dose of acid. Just knowing my brain was slowly ceasing its normal function was really scary. I was terrified that when I got home, I still wouldn't be able to sleep and it would get worse. Being awake for over 2 days straight was a really terrible travel experience. Not me, but a friend of mine encountered some crazy stuff while traveling in Taiwan. This was around Taichung. There were 4 of them, her with 2 other girls and 1 guy. Hopped in a taxi and gave the driver the destination. He goes the right way for a while, then abruptly pulls off into a side road. Still driving along, my friend asks him in Mandarin where the heck he's going. Since they've been to this place before and they know wherever they're going is now not where they asked for. The driver says nothing, gets on his cell phone and speaks to someone on the other end in Taiwanese. No one in the car understood this language. The mystery was how the driver figured this out, since they were all Asian and could have easily passed for natives visiting home for the holidays. The car pulls into an open field, surrounded by trees in every direction, with only a single house in the middle of it. He parks right outside, and it appears people were merging from the building. Several of them. The driver pauses for a brief second, starts the car up again, and commences driving along. A few minutes later, the group find themselves on the side of the main road as the cabbie drives off. What the 3 girls in the back of the car did not know at the time was that upon stopping outside that house, their 4th member sitting up front pulled out his knife and held it right above his knee, making sure that it was in plain view of the driver. Once the cabbie saw this, he started the car up again, no doubt realizing the dangerous situation he had inadvertently found himself in. They never figured out what the driver planned on doing, but anything even close to kidnapping couldn't have been good. The cabbie was reported to the authorities, but they left for the States before finding out anything further. When I was in Indonesia, I was walking from my guest house to grab some dinner one night, and a group of 4 men started catcalling and yelling what were probably inappropriate things at me. I just ignored them and walked very quickly into the nearest building, which was a department store type place. They followed me in, and I was trying to just ignore them, hoping that they'd leave. I figured I was safer in a public, well-lit sort of place. They grabbed me, and I spun around and started screaming at them in English, so they probably didn't understand, but I reckon that they got the feeling. They laughed, but eventually left. The worst part was all the people in the department store, including other women who were working there, just giggled when they saw this happening. These men probably could have just dragged me out of the store, and no one would have done anything. I left Indonesia the next morning. In the Yucatan, southern Mexico, my brothers and I told a local in a bar we were looking for moda. We were in some super small town where everyone gets home at 4 from work, gets loaded, and is passed out by 8. This character says he'll take us to the town dealer, and since we were drunk, decided to go along. This isn't your friendly suburban stoner who slings baggies out of his parents' garage. This was some next level narco stuff. With rooster fighting in cages outside, a tall gate, and razor wire all around the house, which by town standards was a mansion. But by American standards, it was a big 30-year-old house that wasn't maintained. My drunkest brother decides to go for it, while we wait outside. In a few minutes, I hear laughing, and he's being the life of the party, acting like the jolly drunk, American speaking Spanglish. He was in there half an hour, but since we didn't hear any bad sounds like yelling and fighting, it was okay. He gets escorted out and says drunken goodbyes and pulls us along back to the bar by our pension. He tells us that was the most scared he'd ever been. There were 2 dudes with machine guns that he could see, and he was sat down in front of some bigwig with gold teeth. It was like a movie set, and he wouldn't have been surprised if there was a tiger in the basement to eat people. This area is known for kidnapping tourists, as well as hanging the headless bodies of competitors and law enforcement from bridges. He didn't realize how bad it was until he got in and saw that he was interrupting some kind of party. Everyone was pretty messed up though, and he just tried to be goofy and amazed at all their stuff, so they'd like him. They wanted him to party, but he said his brothers were waiting, and he had to bring us a little weed or we'd worry. He used the language barrier to leave against their request to stay, and do God knows what. Sober us realized the next day that it could have turned out terrible, and the weed wasn't even very good. I was living in Nepal during the highly suspect massacre of the royal family. I was stuck in my house for 3 days, listening to some serious rioting going on outside. Someone set a bridge near my house on fire. The boredom got me in the end, and I booked a bus ticket to the other end of the country. I had to ride my bike through a hail of bricks to get the bus stop pickup point, and I enjoyed a relatively quiet and uneventful 10-hour bus journey. I walked the Himalayas, ate lots of dal bhat, got giardia, saw some wonderful mountains. When I returned, Kathmandu was back to normal. Everyone was rather nonchalant about the whole thing. All the men had shaved heads and it was all back to normal. The change was really rather eerie. It was like nothing happened. Apart from my bike, it had 7 shades of crap kicked out of it by the rioters. Poor bike. I traveled to Paris when I was 17 with a group of students from my school. We were told to keep our money packed away safe and to never talk to the street vendors, especially those who were making bracelets on tourists' wrists. These men make bracelets and then charge exorbitant fees, and if you don't pay them what they ask, they will threaten you or physically stop you from leaving the area. I was paired with another young girl when we were traveling to the Sacré-Cœur, and a man approached us wanting to make a bracelet for us. We declined, but he wouldn't take no for an answer. He kept bothering us and following us up the hill while we were still saying no. At one point, he grabs my wrist and starts trying to work. I grab onto my friend and he's pulling me into the other direction. He starts screaming at me and pulling me harder, and I'm not sure what to do at that point. My friend starts screaming for the police and he took off. Unfortunately, the same thing happened to one of our other students, who didn't understand that the man was not going to let him leave without paying 20 euros. The student tried to leave, but the man was threatening to follow him and kill his family, and do all sorts of terrible things. The student took a picture of the man, and the man snatched his camera and took off. Tourist destinations are crazy. In 2005, a couple friends and I went to Tijuana, Mexico for a day of shopping and cheap tequila. I got lost trying to find my way back to the border and ended up in a crappier area of town. A cop car pulls me over and out gets 4 men, not in police uniforms and carrying large rifle machine gun looking things. All 4 of us girls are trying not to lose our crap when they just start screaming at us in Spanish. They're yelling for us to get out of the car, but we weren't moving fast enough for them. They rip the doors open, pull us out, push us to our knees on the side of the road, and start digging through our car. We all thought we were going to die that night. They just stole everything worth anything from our car and then hightailed it out of there. We were very, very lucky to have left with our lives. During university, I went on an education-sponsored trip to Singapore. Everything was amazing until the last night that we were there. We went to a club that was a bit of a trek from the hotel. I ended up being way too sober to continue partying, so I hightailed it back to the hotel with my boyfriend. Everyone else stayed behind, but eventually split up at last call to catch cabs and such. A guy and a girl from our group decided in their drunken stupor to walk back from the hotel. They somehow, in some weird way, ended up wandering into the Singapore port. Keep in mind, the port is the livelihood of Singapore. They didn't even realize it until a port authority car pulled up to them and told them that they'd give them a ride back to their hotel. They were friendly about it, so they hopped in. What happened next was insane. I get a call to my room at 4 a.m., and someone in very broken English is asking if I know these two people. I was sharing a room with the girl. First, I thought that it was a prank by a friend, but then I freaked out when I started asking if they're okay, and this really eerie laugh was heard on the other end. They wouldn't give me their name or location. That gut-dropping feeling when you realize it's not a joke and something is seriously up. Turns out the port authority arrested them, turned them over to their version of the state police, and were accusing them of being spies who had scaled the wall of the port to gain intel on trade. Both of them were separated, interrogated, guns were pulled on them in order to get them to fess up. They were taken to the walls of the port and forced to explain how they scaled them. One cop told one friend that the other guy had already confessed, so they might as well turn themselves in too. These people were totally crap-faced when I left them a few hours before. I could only imagine the sobering fear. It took the rest of the group and the hotel front desk staff hours of calling to finally locate where they were being held in the city. Luckily, we met a super successful businessman/lawyer living in Singapore, but from our hometown a few days before. We called him up and asked if he could help us. He went to work on it. 12 hours later, with the threat of our government getting involved in the mess, they finally turned our friends over to us. We got out of there pronto. We think someone messed up their job at the port that day, left a gate opened, and rather than admit fault, they would get these young students to take the fall. Thankfully, neither of them gave up, because God knows how insane their punishments are over there. Moral of the story? Take a cab. My older sister and I were traveling together all through East Asia last year. We were in Laos and wanted to find the fastest way to meet up with a couple of friends who were in Vietnam. We decided to hire a private driver to take us there. The driver explained that he could only drop us off at the Laos/Vietnam border, and that there would be tourist buses at the border that could take us into the city. When we arrived at the border, we got out of the car and the driver drove off. My sister and I walked up to the window of the only person working, got our visas and walked across. Immediately, we noticed there were no buses, no hotels or shops, and no people around. It was 5:30, and the sun was about to go down. All of a sudden, we see a group of men approaching us on motorbikes. They surround us in a circle, and one of them says in broken English, "Where are you going? Need ride?" My sister and I looked at each other and realized that we have no other way of getting into the city. We tell the man where we want to go, and he tells us the city is only 15 minutes away, and that it would only cost us $12 to take us there. This all sounds great, except when he mentions that my sister and I would have to get on separate bikes. We decline his offer, unsure of how else we'll get into the city. We start trying to walk away, but the bikers try grabbing our arms and following us. They try to haggle and convince us to get on their bikes. We see a garage door open a few yards away, and we head towards it. An older couple is watching television inside, and we asked them for help. The bikers had followed us there and started shouting at them in Vietnamese. The couple looks at us in confusion, and my sister and I realized they were probably trying to somehow persuade them to not help us. My sister then looks at the couple and says, $70 drive to city, and points at the car sitting in the garage. The older lady shakes her head in agreement, and then looks at the bikers and shouts something to them in Vietnamese. The bikers try to convince us one more time to get on their bikes and start laughing. They finally realize there was no convincing us, and they leave. We get in the car with the older couple, and they start driving to the city. The scariest part is that it took over an hour and a half to get there, when the bikers said only 15 minutes. Just thinking what could have happened to us if we got on those bikes gives me the chills. This isn't terribly scary or intense. More of a, I wonder what that was and what would have happened scenario. When I was 18, I traveled to Ireland with two of my girlfriends and one of their younger sisters. We are from Canada. My one friend, both of her parents are from Ireland, and so we were staying with a variety of grandparents, cousins, etc. One day we were dropped off in Belfast and told where to meet the family member, I don't remember who, at a specific time and place so we could sightsee on our own and do a little shopping. We were in a very busy shopping and tourist area, tons of people around. As we were walking around, this young guy in his early 20s walks up to us with a clipboard and asks if we would like to participate in a survey. Being young girls, a cute Irish guy talking to us turned us into idiots. As he was asking questions about what we thought about the shopping district, what we like to spend our money on, I was watching the guy write down the answers. First of all, his clipboard had only a blank piece of paper with no listed questions. And secondly, I watched him sloppily kinda write down my friend's answers. I've always had amazing intuition, and something didn't feel quite right to me. I thought we were in a busy place with tons of people. A cute guy is talking to us. I'm just gonna see where this goes. I was also the less sheltered one of the group and was definitely suspicious. He tells us that we were randomly picked to come back to the office, that we've won a prize, so he wants us to come with him. He walks very quickly through the crowd and keeps trying to get us to move faster. I quickly say to the other girls that something feels odd and to be careful. He leads us into a rundown building, and there's a huge staircase. It's dirty and there's garbage all over the floor. Remember, this is in the middle of the day, and there's a crap ton of people around, but now we are out of sight from the public area. He waits for us and tells us to go ahead of him. The three other girls start giggling and walking up the stairs. He's behind them and then me. I just say, stop, don't go up there, we are leaving now. And this guy freaks out on me and is trying to block the girls from coming down the stairs. I push him and yell, run. They all realize how stupid we are being and rush down the stairs. We ran in a panic with this guy running after us, yelling, no, don't run away. I was going to give you a prize. Don't wreck this for me. I couldn't believe how dumb we were, and I told the girls as much. We swore we wouldn't tell any of the family what we had done. I have no clue what the prize was waiting for us at the top of those dirty stairs. And personally, I really don't care. I realized in that moment how naive I was, and to listen to my intuition, which has protected me many, many times throughout my life. What a bunch of idiots we were. I had something happen to me in Nassau, Bahamas. My mom and I were waiting for a bus one night outside of our hotel on my 17th birthday. What we didn't realize is that we had missed all of the buses that day and were basically waiting for nothing. We didn't want to take a cab because the cab drivers kept trying to rip us off. But anyways, while waiting for the bus we thought was coming, a local guy pulled up maybe 30 years old, and he asks if we need a ride. Right before we could say anything, another car with a local lady pulled up in front of that guy's car. She rolled down her window and told us to never take a ride with a stranger, as it was very dangerous. After that, she drove off. Now, we were going to reject the man's offer for a ride anyways, but this definitely made it official. We walked back to the guy's car to politely decline, and right as we did, he started screaming and cursing at us. Then I looked over in the passenger seat through the window, and there sat a police baton. I grabbed my mom's hand and we ran back towards the hotel, which was luckily right in front of the bus stop. The guy left tire marks on the road as he sped off. Just goes to show that you need to be careful of how you get around in foreign places. I spent about 3 years backpacking around the world and definitely came back with some pretty good stories. Here's a kind of interesting one. After a big night out in Brussels, I started walking back to my hostel or hotel. I was staying in the worst part of the city, so things were already a bit sketchy since it was probably around 3 a.m. As I came into the neighborhood I was staying in, I passed a small bar with muffled music coming out of the door. I couldn't see what the scene looked like, but thought, hey, why not? As soon as I walked in, I realized that I might have just made a big mistake. It turns out that this was the Congo bar. Now, I'm a 6'2" blonde guy who doesn't typically feel small in a room, but I felt tiny. There were about 40 guys, no women, all from the DRC, and these were some big boys. Immediately when I walk in, a guy grabs me, slams a glass in my hand, and fills it from his beer bottle. I think that these guys were just thinking that I was either crazy or had some big cojones. Anywho, we start slamming them back when I notice a huge guy on the other end of the bar staring at me like he wants to eat my children. We make eye contact, and he just starts screaming at me in Congolese. Immediately, everyone focuses on this one-sided exchange, and the bar quickly splits down the middle. The guys who were giving me beers, there were about 8 to 10 of them, start screaming back at this guy, who's now been joined by his buddies. So little 22-year-old me is sitting there with 20 to 30 giant Central African dudes who are just screaming at each other on this 20-foot by 30-foot bar. Not a word of which I can understand. The only thing I know for sure is that I'm the topic of the conversation. Finally, the guy who started screaming at me left and things mellowed out. But for a while there, I really didn't know how things were gonna turn out. This happened a few years ago when I was around 17 years old. I just finished my first semester in college, and I was homesick and was very much excited to go home. I'm going to a university about 4 to 5 hours away from my hometown. My hometown is an island. To go home, I need to ride a bus from the city to a port for about 2 hours and ride a ferry boat for about another 2 hours. I got to the bus terminal early and was the first passenger on the bus. I sat near the back on a window seat. About 15 minutes later, a man around his 40s asked if he could sit beside me. Around this time, a lot of passengers has filled in the seats already, so I didn't really think much about him choosing to sit beside me, so I said yes. I don't think this data is important, but he was bald, his face and body kind of similar to Mr. Clean. A few minutes later, he started to chat with me and asked me if I was alone. I started to get a weird feeling, but I kept replying to be polite. He also asked how old I was and where I was going, and other personal questions. I kept my replies short, so he would take the hint, and fortunately he did. After this, a fruit vendor went up, and he bought some grapes, relevant for later. Then the bus started to run. About an hour into the bus ride, my mom called me to tell me that she was not sure if my dad could pick me up from the port because she was at a meeting and she was not sure when it will end. She does not drive and my dad picks her up. When the call ended, the guy started talking to me again and asked who it was. It was foolish of me, but I answered that it was my mom. He asked why my mom called, and I replied why. He smiled and said, "So that means you're going to..." Name of place. "I'm going there too for a vacation. Let's just go together." I don't know why, but I just didn't react or anything. I was getting scared at that point. But what would I do? If I get off the bus, what if he will just follow me? I just decided that it was safer to just remain calm. The bus is full of people, so if he does anything to me, I will just scream. A little later, he started eating the grapes that he bought, and he offered me some. I declined because I actually don't like grapes, but he said, "Just take it. You saw me buy at a vendor, right? Don't worry, it's safe." I got really creeped out at this comment, because what is he implying? I declined again, but he kept insisting for me to get some, and would nudge me with his elbow, so I just accepted it so he would stop talking to me. We arrived at the port and he still followed me. After I got my ticket, I ran away and hid at the women's bathroom. There are a lot of people, so I know he won't follow me there. While I was there, I got a call from my mother saying that her meeting ended and they could pick me up at the port. I was relieved. I should have told her about the man, but I didn't want her to worry, so I didn't really say anything. When I went out, the man was already gone. I boarded the ferry and prayed that he won't see me, but unluckily he did see me and sat beside me. I froze. I didn't know what to do. He continued talking about how he wants me to tour him around the island. He also said that he doesn't know what to ride, to go to the town center, so he asked if I could go with him. I stayed silent and just nodded. I didn't want him to be angry, because I was afraid he would do something to me. I just hoped that I would immediately see our car when the ferry would arrive at the island, so I could part ways with him immediately. He continued talking to me and even asked me for my number, saying that he needs to have it so that he can contact me, if so that we could tour together. I gave him my number, but I changed a 3 to an 8. He then proceeded to dial that number, but it didn't ring. The number was invalid. He looked at me and asked if I gave him a wrong number. There was a hint of anger in his eyes, and he said that I should review the number that I gave him. I was shaking at this point, and was actually glad that I changed just one number, so I pointed out that I must have typed an 8 instead of a 3. He laughed and told me, "I thought you betrayed me. How could you give a wrong number to a friend?" After the longest 2 hours of my life, the ferry is finally about to dock. I could actually see our car parked near the exit of the port. When we arrived, I hurriedly went down, and the man still followed me. He asked me where we would get a ride to the town. I motioned to where the terminal for the transportations are, and I went the other way to our car. He asked me where I was going, and I told him that my parents came to pick me up. I could see that my dad was waiting outside the car. The guy gave me an angry look and said, "But I thought they will not pick you up." I just shrugged and continued walking. I went to our car and gave my dad a hug. He asked who that man was, and I told him that I will tell him later. My mom was in the car, so I didn't want her to worry. When we got home and I told my dad what happened, he was angry at the man. He told me to just stay home for a few days. He also went with me when I had to go out. A few days later, the man called me, but I didn't answer. He called me about 3 times and he texted me. We could have had a lot of fun. I blocked his number after that and never saw him again, and I hope I never will. I was a 22-year-old female, and I had always wanted to travel on my own, so I saved up to do 3 months of backpacking around Europe. My first night away, I was in a hostel in Burgess. In the adjoining bar, I met a guy who seemed lovely. We chatted for a while. He bought me a drink and offered to show me around the city the next day. I accepted. I am now 28 and I've been on many solo trips, and I cringe at my naivety in this situation. It got late, and I said I was going to my hostel, which required going outside then back into a building next door to use a key fob. He walked outside with me, and as I said goodnight, he leant in to kiss me. So I stepped away and asked him what he was doing. He then leaned his hand against the door and said, "Can I come inside with you?" At this point, my heart was hammering. In hindsight, I should have yelled for someone, but instead I pushed his arm to one side and quickly tapped my key to go in. I turned to look as I walked up the stairs, and he was watching me the whole time. I'm lucky he didn't force his way in after me, but it definitely taught me to be wary of friendly locals from then on. I've been browsing this sub for quite some time and thought that I would share a story of me and my friend traveling abroad that could have gone horribly wrong. This event occurred in the summer of 2018. My best friend, a 21-year-old female, and I, also a 21-year-old female, had just graduated college and planned a post-grad trip to the Dominican Republic. We stayed 1 week at a beautiful resort by the beach. Unfortunately, we would encounter many strange individuals during our stay. This story, however, takes place in the first afternoon after we arrived. Earlier that day, as we were getting ready for the beach, we were talking about how much we wished we had some weed. We were pretty heavy smokers at the time and thought that smoking would make the whole trip 10 times better. Fast forward a couple hours, we're on the beach having a good time, playing music, taking pictures, playing in the water, etc., when all of a sudden some guy comes up to us. He seems friendly and harmless at first. He tells us how great we look and offers to take a photo of the two of us together on our phones. We were very excited about this and agreed. After he took the picture, he kept commenting on our appearance, and stupidly just thought that he was being nice, gassing us up, and we didn't get any weird vibes. Then the guy asked us if we like weed. My friend immediately says yes, and he says he knows where we can get some good stuff, just a little ways down the beach. He said he could take us. My friend agrees and we start walking with him. This whole time I'm not paying attention, and I thought he asked us if we liked movies, not weed. I asked her why we're going to go buy movies, and she looks at me like I'm an idiot and says, "Weed. We're buying weed." At that moment, we both realized we left our bags and wallets at the beach by our chairs and didn't have any money or our phones. We told the guy this. Yeah, I know, we're stupid. And he told us no problem. At this point, we've been walking a little while and had passed most of the resorts in the area. We started entering into a more local part of the beach. At this point, I get nervous because there's probably a dozen men all staring at us hard. Of course, all we had on us were swimsuits, which didn't help. Eventually, this guy leads us to some small beach shop and takes us to a back room. We go inside. He locks the door behind him. In this room was a single desk, 2 chairs, and wall-to-wall cigars. There was also another man in this room sitting at the desk with a gun tucked in his pants. At this point, me and my friend are both very nervous and scared. He tells us to sit down, and we do because we're terrified. The guy we met at the beach tells Gun Guy that we're going to buy some weed. The guy at his desk is friendly-ish and says no problem. He asks how much and we tell him. We mention again that we left our money at the resort and maybe we should go back and get it and come back later. He says no, it's okay. His guy will go back with us and collect the money. He said that we can take it now, but only if we do him a favor. Nervously, we ask him what the favor is because we just want to get out of there as soon as possible. He says he'll give us the weed and roll it for us if we show him something. We quickly say no and try to laugh it off. However, he continues to ask, and I start to get nervous that he won't let us leave unless we do what he says. I quickly tell him that we have boyfriends, so we can't do that, but we can give him a hug if he'd like. Him and his guy then look at each other and bust out laughing. My friend and I are really scared at this point. He starts talking about how good it is, how it's Jamaican, and he's giving us a deal that we need to do something for him. We offer to pay more, but refuse to do anything for him. Then he starts asking us in Spanish, hoping to trick us into agreeing. My friend, who did not speak Spanish, just answers yes, hoping to appease him so we could leave. Luckily, I understand some Spanish and quickly said no. We insisted that we need to get back and we'd pay extra, but we're not showing him anything and he needs to stop asking. The man gets annoyed and says something to his guy. He rolls the weed and tells us to get out. We were so relieved to leave this room. Luckily for us, the guy takes us back to our resort, collects the money and leaves. We start laughing about how crazy that was and how it could have gone way worse, but at least we got weed and we're alive. We were very dumb and naive. Then, out of nowhere, a staff member at the resort comes up to us angry and asks where we have been and who that man was. We looked at him shocked because we didn't know him, and he was practically scolding us like children. He told us these men are not allowed at the resort and that they come to the beach hoping to lure tourists. They're very dangerous and that we need to stay away. We lie and say that we don't know what he's talking about and that we'd appreciate the concern, but we're okay. We didn't want him to know that we had weed on us because it's illegal and not allowed at the resort. He finally leaves us alone, but for the rest of the trip, wherever we went, that man was always lurking in the background. I couldn't tell if he was suspicious of us or if he called himself watching out for us. Anyways, that was just one of many creepy experiences I've had while abroad. If you like this story, let me know. Maybe I'll tell you about the time that we were almost kidnapped in Prague by our Uber driver.